Dual Cultivation audiobook by Kevin Volume 4 Chapter 16 TL Note. Lure prey, lure carnivore. Also, there were a loot of spams when I opened my site again, so I put up some measures to stop them. I made a tweet about approval being required, but as the plugin seems to be working well, I put a stop to that. You can just comment as usual now. Ryalma's busy day too. The scene inside the room was nothing short of shocking. Bugs of all sorts were crawling all over the walls and the ceiling. Now, I may not be that bad with insects, but with these many, even I can't help but feel sick. To make things worse, amongst the many insects crawling in the lab, one of them was that dreaded insect that was feared even in my world, the cockroach. And not a paltry number either. Of course the girls wound faint. In fact, with this many even a guy would scream. But why did something like this happen, I wonder? Alicia-san, have you come too? Ryalma T. The insects, The insects. Alicia amongst the two fainted girls, Alicia-san appears to be the first to regain her consciousness. Are you all right? Ryalma, the guards entered the lab when you fainted and brought you guys out. Paul, thank you for saving me. Alicia bowed her head toward the security guards as she offered a word of gratitude. So, how did things come to this? If I recall correctly, you should be currently researching on the fluff slime and other plant-type slimes, correct? Ryalma, her face went pale as soon as I asked her that. Looks like she remembered. I was feeding and observing the slimes that preferred to eat vegetables as always when a sticky slime began to evolve, so I went to see what food it liked. But then just as I was in the process of studying it, insects suddenly poured in through the windows and the ventilation that were added since the last incident. I lost consciousness shortly afterwards. Alicia, upon hearing her story, I steeled myself and entered the insect-infested laboratory. The slime was seated on the observing pedestal with countless insects swarming it. The windows were open, and even the door I entered from was open, yet the insects refused to leave. Chances are this slime is the reason behind this invasion. Still, I must say, this slime looks awfully disgusting. It looks just like the other slimes, but because of its high transparency, I can see the insects that it's swallowed wriggling inside it as it digests them. As I looked at that slime, I used Monster Identify. Insectivorous slime skill name level sticky liquid LV3 lure insects LV3 digestion LV4 absorption LV3 split LV1. The moment I saw its stats, it was clear that the slime was the reason behind this incident. The lure insect skill. Yep, this is definitely the culprit. This skill should be the same type as the lure carnivore skill of the takeostrich and the lure ghost skill of the grave slime. Oh, right. This slime used to be a sticky slime. I did use the sticky slimes like a flypaper in the past, and this one eats just like one. Taking a better look at the lab, I can see some insectivorous plants. I guess that's what it must be eaten. Then I asked Alicia-san to confirm, and apparently those plants really are what she fed it. In any case, it would appear that there were no problems aside from the insects. I informed the security and the researchers outside that everything was safe now, and they all went back to their respective jobs as they heaved sighs of relief. The people working at this lab are all making troubled faces though. In that case, it might be a good idea to concoct some insect repellent for them. Alternatively, I could also have some mosquito screens put up. For the meantime, it seems useful for pest control. There are plenty of interesting points to study though, such as the effects on the useful insects and whether it can resist against magical beasts despite being an insect type. Ryalma, I'll prepare a report as soon as we finish investigating. Lab manager, thank you very much. Also please make sure to tend to the two injured girls. Ryalma, please leave it to me. Lab manager, then please come this way. Paul, after the matter, I left everything to Alicia-san's lab manager and left with Paul-san. The place we were headed to was the area above the reception desk, to one of the several small conference rooms. As we entered the rectangular room, what first entered our eyes was a big window that could be seen outside, covered by a thick curtain. On the left was space for documents to be posted, for announcing them, and on the right was an aquarium in which slimes of various sizes swam. "I'll bring the documents. Please wait here for a moment." As Paulson said that, he left the conference room. In the meantime, I decided to watch the slimes swimming in the aquarium as I waited. The slimes swimming inside the aquarium are a type known as the fin slime. It's a kind of slime that evolved from eating fishes. Half a year after I opened a laundromat at Scoom, the hometown of the Bridge of Scoom, an adventurer party I know from way back, the employees that I sent there in their hometown to tend to the store as well as research discovered this slime. The members of the Bridge of Scoom all work as adventurers to provide for their family's unstable life that depended on their catch for the day. Despite that, however, they all still had their own responsibilities regarding fishing work, which as a result led to them having good relations with plenty of the fishermen in the town. It was through the good graces of the Bridge of Scoom that I was able to put up my store in that town and have plenty of customers through the fishermen who dropped by every day. Moreover, some of the researchers I'd sent also apparently knew some of those fishermen, so because of that, they would drink together from time to time, and the fishermen would even sometimes give them some of their catch that could not make the quality check. They got along really well, in other words. Because of that, the researchers were able to feed the slimes saw-edged perch every day, and before they knew it, the slime evolved into the fin slime. Unfortunately, although they had been hoping for a slime that could create fish meat, the fin slime was merely a small slime with fins and gills of various sizes. It couldn't be eaten, and it didn't have the strength to carry things or pull boats either. Its body wouldn't grow even after feeding it more fish, and neither could a fish slime be born. As of now, the only use we could find for the fin slime was that of entertainment. It doesn't swim fast. It swims at a leisurely pace, and couple that with the different colors and sizes of its fins, there are many who thinks of it as cute or interesting, so they're quite popular in the lab for being soothing. Because of that, there are aquariums filled with fin slimes all over the laboratory. There are aquariums on the other conference rooms too, and there's also a big one in the dining hall in the third floor. And then there's also one in the guest room and the reception desk. And then there are also people who keep aquariums in their labs. The fin slimes generally prefer being in the water, but they're not fishes, so they can still live on land. Lately, people have been building hills and land in their aquariums, and then they would put their aquariums by the window, letting sunlight shine on the aquarium. After which, some of the fin slimes would then climb the hills they made and sunbathe under the sun's light. Watching the fin slimes sunbathe has become really popular amongst the researchers lately. The fin slimes just might become a huge hit in the near future. "Excuse me, I've brought some tea." Employee: "Thank you very much." Ryalma tea was served, so I sat down and drank as I waited. After a while, Paul came in with two other men, a bundle of papers in their arms. They sat themselves by the same four-sided table that I was sitting by. In front of me was Paulson. To the left was a man in the prime of his life, wearing armor, crankson, and to the right was a slender man wearing a pair of glasses who was in his 30s, Peteson. He is the manager of this research facility, and is usually the one who handles its funds. I go here once a week to hear the reports of these three men. From Paulson, the results of the slime research; from Crankson, issues regarding the facility's security; and from Peteson, a general report regarding the operation of the facility. The meeting is quite long, so we usually eat lunch together as we discuss things. Paulson wanted feeds from distant areas to be imported for use in research. Following that, Pete-san gave a report on the costs needed to make that happen. Crank-san's report was mostly on minor issues. Issues such as arguments from people arguing on the use of a slime or so. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with some good mediation, so save for the earlier incident, there were no pressing issues to attend. As the meeting continued, we came to our last topic. Now on the last topic we have to discuss today, are you aware of the Magic Beast tournament that will be held in the arena? Paul, I've heard of it. Ryalma as I said that, Paul wordlessly and deeply nodded. The participation conditions include B-rank magical beasts, so the cannonball rhino can participate. But I'd also like for you to consider having the slimes participate too. Paul, if the opponents are B-rank magical beasts, then the only ones who could put up a fight are the big variations up. Ryalma, I've already revealed most of my findings to the researchers of the facility, so they're already aware that big slimes are an aggregation of many slimes. However, this fact is yet to be publicized. The matters of this research facility is being kept confidential, so I make sure to avoid doing anything eye-catching in public. When a big slime is needed, I have the slimes shorten the transformation time by having them use the compress skill. At the same time, I also have them slip into other slimes to hide the transformation. The only ones who are in the know regarding the big slime secrets are the people of the Jamal household, Rapin-san and the other adventurers, and the rest of the people I trust. And of course, they're keeping a tight lid on it as well. We've been planning to announce the results of our research to the public once we find a good opportunity, but has the time already come? At the very least, it seems that Paulson wants to use the Magic Beast tournament to announce our progress. In any case, I better ask what I need to ask, although he's probably already prepared for this. How much are you planning to reveal, and have you completed your preparations? Ryalma, only the big slime. The evolution conditions and the practical applications of slime will remain confidential. The announcement of the results of slime research should be announced slowly and carefully. The documents have already been prepared. The people who will be explaining and demonstrating has also already been chosen. Paulson spoke fluently without the slightest pause, but then he asked me a question. But is it really all right for you not to announce it yourself? All we did was verify your findings. The one who unveiled the mystery behind the ecology and contract of the big slime which had eluded countless researchers was you, Takebayashi-sama. Paul, please announce it as the results of the research facility. I have other jobs to do. Ryalma, hearing that, Paulson couldn't help but sigh to himself as he shrugged his shoulders. While I won't say that acknowledgement doesn't bring me happiness, my goal in my research is neither glory nor fame. That's why I'd rather let other people handle the public. And besides, all sorts of trouble would come if I were to announce it as my own. I understand. We will take responsibility for the publication and announcement of the research. Paul, thank you. I'd like to ask though, why now? Ryalma, first, because the Magic Beast tournament is a good place to announce that it is now possible to contract with the big slimes. And second, because if our research lab can accomplish not just to unveil the ecology and contract method of the big slime, but even win with it, then the achievements that our research facility will gain will be huge. Paul continued. Showing the big slime in the tournament will attract a lot of attention from slave demon magic users and other related people. If they ask for the particulars, then we can just have them inquire the facility. What's more is that we'll be able to pile up achievements. If we can pile up achievements, then we should somehow be able to gain some sort of benefit from it. But unfortunately, we are only researchers. Fighting is outside of our expertise, so... Paul, unless the slime fights in an annoying way, the slime won't have much of a chance to a win. Crank, according to the information from the previous tournament, while the magical beasts will be treated when injured, It's not something that can guarantee the safety of the magical beasts. It's the same for the tournaments meant for people, but the chance for injury or death isn't zero. If an inexperienced slime were to fight, then it might just suffer grave injuries. If the championship could be won, then the value of someone such as ourselves who is affiliated will also increase. And take Bayashi-sama, if you win, you will also gain the prize money. Over half the costs of this facility is currently being covered by you, so it's most likely a small sum to you, but Pete. Paul at Paulsan's call, Pete-san continued. The prize money is 50,000 suits. That's more than enough for a person to get by without working for a year. Pete, while it's certainly a lot of money, with the laundromat stores currently totaling to about 10, the current income of the stores altogether reaches to about 200,000 suits daily. And while I'm not able to use that entire sum due to the construction expenses, as I am no longer building the branches myself, and mostly left with people. Moreover, with the money being spent to improve the working environment of the employees, and a chunk of it being deposited in the bank in case of emergency, the spendable income I have is actually only about 20% of that 200,000. But even then that's still 40,000 suits daily, so the prize money just doesn't look attractive to me. I've spent a lot of my income in investing on the training facilities, training areas, research facilities, and employees, but I still have 50 big gold coins, which totals to about 5 million suits saved up. That's why I have no problem at all in regards to money. If there's anything I'm worried about, it's preventing information leaks. As I was about to ask Crankson, he replied before I could say anything. We currently have 30 guards and crime prevention magic tools installed. If we were to ask for support from the training facility, we can increase that to 50. We could also talk to Gimuru's guards before the tournament. Crank, if they're people from the training facility, then it should be safe. We also have good relations with the Gimuru's guards because of the training facility, so they'll definitely listen if we were to ask them to be vigilant when patrolling. Things might get noisy after the information regarding the big slime is revealed to the public. And with the slimes currently able to create food and help out in manufacturing and other industrial processes, it might be a necessity to acquire a good social standing for the facility and increase our influence. Paul, we can just release the information normally, but right now this research facility is unknown. It doesn't have an amazing title such as national attached to it, and neither does it have any sort of achievement. To put things briefly, it doesn't have any sort of brand, so it's easy to look down on. It's sponsored by the Jamal household, so while they may not be able to openly speak out against us, if we were to continue like this without any sort of achievements whatsoever, people might talk behind our back and say that we're only using our influence with the Jamal household. And if we're continued to be looked down on, nasty people might come once we start talking about the practical uses of slimes. That's why it's a good idea to pile up some achievements with the big slime at the Magic Beast tournament. After all, there are definitely people who make their decisions after seeing one's title and achievements. With that in mind, if the big slime were to make a flashy appearance in the arena, then the appeal in being able to contract with the big slime should also increase. But that's not all. If, for argument's sake, we decided not to make an appearance at the Magic Beast tournament, then if we wanted to reveal information regarding the big slime, we would have to bring a thesis to a research facility or academic conference somewhere. But if we just went up and showed the big slime at the Magic Beast tournament, then the inquiry will come pouring in from their side, and we won't have to go anywhere. With that, the time it takes will be greatly reduced, and the position we have in the discussion will be better. I am, after all, also a researcher, and I'd rather not sell the information on the slimes cheaply. Having a position where I am able to refuse divulging information I don't want to release is best. As I ascertained that it would be best for us to gain some achievements, I came to the conclusion that it would be best to participate in the Magic Beast tournament. I understand. Let's participate in the Magic Beast tournament. Ryalma, like this, my participation in the Magic Beast tournament was decided. Volume 4, Chapter 17. Volume 4, Chapter 17. Ryalma's busy day 3. After it was decided for me to participate in the Magic Beast tournament, the meeting ended. I handed the vitamins I brought from my house to Paul and the others, and left the distribution to them. Then, after I received the vinyl bags used for the crushed ice in my store by the arena, and a bundle of rectangular paper with the mark of the slime on them, they sent me off, and I left the research facility. The next place I'm headed to is the training facility. If you walk straight ahead from the entrance of the research facility, there's a back door leading to the courtyard and the entrance used for transporting goods. Everything except for the pillar was removed in that area to allow carriages to pass through, so it feels similar to the area under the girders of a railway or a highway. As I entered from that back door and into the courtyard, what greeted me was the figure of the Merchant Guild's guildmaster watching over some kids. "You're quite late today, Grisla. Sorry, I made you wait." "Ryalma, it's fine, it's my rest day today anyway. That aside, why don't you go ahead and settle your business here?" Grisla, the guild master of the Merchant Guild, Grisla-san, has been living here in the training facility since half a year ago. In here, she's not a guild master, but just a grandmother who's watching over the children. So when she's here, she's just Granny Gry. The reason she ended up living here all started because of one particular day half a year ago when I went to the Merchant Guild and received some tea from her. It was then that I found out for the first time that Granny Gry had been living in the nap room provided for the guild master and hadn't been coming home at all. Although she might have had a big house in the residential district of Gimyuru, it was mostly being taken care of by a person she hired. She didn't have any relatives there, so even if she did come home, she'd still be alone, so she's always been staying at the guild, is what Granny Gry said when I asked her about it. It finally made sense to me when I heard that. Granny Gry was almost always at the guild whenever I dropped by. There were plenty of times when I couldn't meet her right away because of a guest or a meeting, but that's all. There's never been any other reason for me to be unable to meet her. She was always at the guild, and she always made time for me whenever I visited. It struck me as a bit odd then, but it never occurred to me that she lived in the guild. We talked a bit more after that. And since it just cost her money to have a house and have someone watch over it, it was decided that she'll be moving to the training facility. The people of the Merchant Guild were grateful when they found out. Apparently, the employees of the guild were also worrying about Granny Gry. But because of her age, they figured it was still better than her coming home just to be alone, since at least with her there, someone could attend to her if something were to happen. The training facility has plenty of people in the dorms, and there are even doctors amongst the employees, so it was a lot more reassuring to have Granny Gry stay there. I went to help move Granny Gry's things from her house, but surprisingly there were people from the guild who came to help as well. They even bowed their heads to me in gratitude. Nowadays, Granny Gry would watch the children on her rest days. She would also teach math and how to read from time to time. "Oi, what are you spacing out for?" "Let's go, Grisla." "Ah, right." I headed to the storeroom with Granny Gry and left the paper with the slime mark on it that I just got from the research facility. In exchange, I took the paper bags that had the slime mark imprinted on them. This is quite a lot, Ryalma. It's because the kids are full of spirit and are competing with each other. Grisla, I'll have to thank them later. Ah, should I bring them some sweets? Ryalma, they'll be delighted. Grisla, after that short conversation, I started gathering things again. The children help out with light chores around the facility such as drawing water and sweeping. Amongst those light chores, one of the jobs they do is the production of these paper bags. It was me who suggested that the children do these light chores. The paper bags they make are used in the store by the arena, so their work doesn't go to waste. And the kids are really happy when I praise them when we meet. I wonder what I should make as thanks this time. Cookies are fine, but, well, I think I'll take my time thinking about it later. After I finished gathering everything, I exited the storeroom and went to a room where I chatted with Granny Gry for a while as we drank some tea. It's already become a habit for me to take a break from anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour like this after gathering all the paper bags. After we talked about the news of some historic ruins being discovered in a forest called Risaruba, we began to talk about my participation in the Magic Beast tournament. Granny Gry is a trustworthy partner of mine, so after we talked about the details that led to me participating, she encouraged me, saying, "Go win." After which, Granny Gry said this: "Don't you think it'd be a good idea to make your own guild soon, Grisla? By guild you mean something like the Merchant Guild, Ryalma, right? If you were to make a slime guild and partner with the Merchant Guild, it'll be hard for others to meddle with your matters. And I'm sure the Merchant Guild will readily agree as soon as they hear about your slimes." Grisla: "Ah, so there was that method too. But how do you even make a guild?" I tried to ask that, but Granny Gry was already lost in her prattling. "Isn't it great having such a high production rate? It can be troublesome when you just make things as you please, but if you were to properly use that productivity, the price of goods can be reduced. For example, food. When the harvest is bad, the price of food increases. And although it's slight, the effect on the people can be big. Moreover, an imprudent fellow could buy up the supply and then sell them for, well, you understand, right? Grisla, I think you said everything already, though. When all the supplies are bought, shortage will come and the prices will rise. Because of that, there are people who won't be able to afford their own share. And that's where the slimes come in, right? Slime, exactly. Fortunately, however, this country is rich. So even small villages should have some reserve stock. But with your slime, they'll be able to get by before using that all up. Grisla, and since that'll be sold at the right price, the others who are selling at a higher price will have to sell lower if they want to sell at all. Ryalma, even if the price jump isn't fully mitigated, enough food reaching the people is more than satisfactory. As you can see, I'm already an old woman. In this long life that I've lived, I watched how the imprudent took advantage of others plenty of times. I can't forgive them. That sort of unethical practice. Grisla, while I don't know for sure what it was that Grisla-san was thinking, the last words she said were heavy. There's that method as well. In any case, it's good enough for you to keep this in your mind for now. You need some achievements before being able to put up a guild anyway, so your course of action hasn't really changed. Grisla: "Really, Ryalma, but of course. You didn't really think you'd be able to make a guild so easily, did you? There are plenty of things needed to make a guild. Having achieved something is one of those." Grisla, now that she mentions it, that does make sense. Around this time, I noticed that I've spent too much time already, so I decided to excuse myself. "Thank you for the delicious tea. Ryalma, do your best in your work, all right?" Grisla. Granny Gry saw me off outside her room, then I went to Serge-san's shop. "Welcome to the Morgan firm. Please come this way." Employee, the employee tending to the store, greeted me and brought me to a room. The place I was brought to was not guest room, but the storeroom. I have a lot of goods with me, so the first thing to do was to store these into the storeroom. First were the ingots that weighed a total of 100 kg. Then the strainers and the baskets, the bamboo ear cleaner. The soft part is made with the fluff of the fluff slime, the various bamboo products. And then just as I was taking out the bamboo charcoal, Serge-san arrived. We exchanged greetings, Then after I finished unloading everything, the employees came to check the quality of the goods. I waited at the guest room while the employees ran their checks. Sitting in front of me was, of course, Surge-san. There, I took out several small boxes from my item box and handed them to Surge-san. These are this week's portion. Please confirm the goods. Ryoma Surge-san took the small boxes, piling the contents by the edge of the desk one by one. The contents of these small boxes are all ornaments that were handed to me to be uncursed. Of course, they're no longer cursed now and are just mere ornaments. Surge-san gathers cursed goods and hands them to me, allowing me to practice my skills. And in exchange, I uncurse the goods he hands me for free. The goods can't be sold when cursed, but once uncursed, they can be sold like normal. I've checked everything. Thank you very much. Well then, please come this way. Surge, a new set of cursed goods was given to me. I hid those in my item box. With this, I've finished most of my business here in the Morgan firm today. I chatted with Surge-san for a while as I waited for the employees to finish the checking of the goods. When they finished, I got my compensation, and I left the firm. The next place I'm headed to is the store I have, which is located by the arena. My goal is to bring the potatoes, the dried corns, the bags to be used for the crushed ice as well as the paper bags, and finally to replace the strainers. The strainers I'm using for my store are different from the ones I sell to the Morgan firm. I'm going to be at the arena anyway, so I figured I might as well register for the tournament. But then as I passed by the gates of the second town, I saw someone I didn't want to meet. It was the guild master of the Tamer Guild, Matthew. He was partially bald, being bald only at the top of his head, while the remaining hair he had was gray as ash. He had hollow cheeks and a pale, sickly complexion, and a melancholic aura seemed to linger about him as he muttered to himself. The streets would normally be packed with people, but the area around Matthew was empty. Apparently, people found Matthew ghastly and were avoiding him. Matthew didn't seem to notice me as he only passed by me and left for the direction of the first town. He's gotten even more haggard in the time I haven't seen him, but since he doesn't look anything like he did 3 years ago, regardless how much more haggard he becomes, not much changes. Ryoma, whenever I see Matthew, I can't help but remember how haughty he was when I first met him. The Matthew that passed by me and the Matthew then don't resemble each other at all. He's like a zombie nowadays. From what I've heard, an assistant sent by the head office is now the one who's actually in control of the guild. And Matthew is now being made to run from place to place to deal with the ruffians appearing in the second town as well as to handle various routine duties. I've never met the assistant who is now in control of the guild, so I don't know much about him. Speaking of which, this is now actually the second assistant. I know a little about the previous assistant, but I don't know anything about this one at all. It's hard to talk about the first one, but he was persistent in asking me to work for the Tamer Guild. Every time he would come, he would lambaste Matthew and praise me. Thanks to the Demon King's influence, however, I could tell that he was lying. So aside from the first time we met, I never struggled with dealing with the guy. But the man was persistent, and he would come 3 to 4 times every month to the laundromat to try and convince me. He suddenly stopped coming after a few months. When I thought he'd given up, I heard he apparently disappeared. Because of his sudden appearance, the guards visited my store since he was always coming there. I was really surprised. They just came to hear the details, but it was still really bad for my heart. Incidentally, this story spread relatively quickly throughout the town. Rumors spread like wildfire, and people began wondering whether Matthew had something to do with the man's disappearance. Matthew was also investigated, but in the end, it was decided that he had nothing to do with the case. However, since then, I hear Matthew's gotten extremely uncomfortable from then on. As I thought those things as I walked, I passed by a large barn. It's the inn where a lot of slave demon magicians stay at. That was back when the ruffians were really going wild. Ryalma around the time when the slave demon magicians and conjurers of the Tamer Guild started going wild, people were arrested. I thought for sure Matthew would also get arrested due to mismanagement, but because of the advocacy of the assistant that came, Matthew was spared. Granny Gry says that the reason that assistant saved Matthew is so that he himself could avoid taking the blame all by himself. It's only a matter of time before Matthew gets the short end of the stick. Amen. Come to think of it, what did Matthew come to do here? Ryalma, I wonder if there's something going on in the town. But whatever. Anyway, I better hurry to the arena. I went to the store in the arena and delivered the goods. I asked whether they needed more hands to help out with the work, and then I decided to add one more worker just to be safe. I informed the manager that I'll be getting another worker from the training facility once I get back, and will have him work at the store starting tomorrow. Then afterwards I went to register for the Magic Beast tournament. When I went to register, the employee in charge explained to me the details regarding the tournament. The summary is as follows. 1. The tournament will start 10 days later. 2. There are 2 phases. First are the qualifiers and then the main tournament. 3. Each phase will take a day each, but the semi-finals and the finals will be held on the 3rd day along with the award ceremony. So all in all, the tournament will be 3 days long. 4. The qualifier is a free-for-all battle royal. Each participant can have up to 5 magical beasts. 5. The main tournament will be held like a standard tournament, and there will not be any set limitation on the number of magical beasts that one can bring. One can also refrain from sending all of his beasts in a certain round if he wishes to save some strength for the next round. Also, a participant can send out another beast once if the beast he has out in the battle is defeated. 6. A rank and S-rank magical beasts are prohibited so as to ensure the safety of the spectators. 7. The participant must acknowledge that he or she will be responsible if his or her own beast is injured or killed. 8. Participants are forbidden from attacking other participants directly. Only the beasts may attack each other. 9. Participants are also not allowed to attack their opponent's magic beast directly. Participants are free to protect themselves, however. 10. The first place prize is 50,000 suits. The second place prize is 10,000 suits. Up to 5 beasts for the preliminaries. Is a big slime considered 1? Or is it considered 100? It should still be considered as a single magic beast for now, but I don't want to be stingy when it comes to the public unveiling regarding the big slime too, so I think I'll have to come up with something. In any case, I finished registering already, so I left the arena. When I got out, I noticed that the sun had already set. I hurriedly went to the Slime Den restaurant and delivered the remaining potatoes, onions, and sesame seeds. I was there already, so I had my meal there as well. Then I went back home. Along the way, I bought 5 barrels of wine from a store I frequented. I stored them in my dimension home. When I got out of the town, I used my dimension magic and went home in an instant. After gave the goblins some wine and some snacks as thanks for their work, I went to read the books my grandmother had left me before going to sleep and studied medicine. After that, I decided to retire for the day. I forgot to think about the contents of my lesson with Elia's group. I guess I still can't sleep after all. TL note: I haven't forgotten about the chapters I owe guys. There's a construction going on right next to my room right now, and the fumes and the light from welding are apparently bad for me, not to mention it's noisy as all hell, so I can't use my PC as much as I'd like to. The construction will finish in just a few more days, so please wait a bit. Volume for Chapter 18 TL note: sorry for the delays. Tilda House is being overhauled. They said just a few more days, but now they're planning to tear down the walls. Anyway, I'm not sure what's going to happen, so translations might be a bit iffy. I'll start releasing faster once everything settles down. Hopefully, they can finish everything by next week. Today, I'll be teaching Elia's group for the first time. I am currently waiting in front of the gates to the training area. They said I didn't have to pick them up and to just wait here, so that's what I did. I might come a little too early though. They're here. I saw Sebasu-sen driving the carriage from the direction of the town, so I asked the gatekeeper, who happens to be a student of mine, to open the gate. Then I went ahead and waited by the stable. After the girls' carriage finished parking, the first one to go down was Elia. Sorry for making you wait, Ryoma-san. Elia, oh, it's all right, I didn't wait long at all. You're also earlier than the appointed time. Ryoma. Elia came up to me and said that as soon as she got down from the carriage. The other four also went down the carriage one by one and went up to me to say hi. Today, everyone's wearing simple clothing and only have their weapons and staves with them. We don't have any plans of using those today though. Good morning, everyone. I'll be in your care today. And since today's the first day, we'll be having our lecture in the classroom. The first thing I'll be teaching is the role of a magic wand and how to make it. After that, I'll have you make a simple wand. A lot of the things you'll learn here can be applied to your magic, so I'm sure you'll benefit from it. Please take care of us. Elia, Miyabi, Kanan, Michelle, Riera. Good, there doesn't seem to be any problems. After all, there are plenty of magicians who know how to use staves but don't know how to make them. But a good understanding of magic is also required in order to make a good staff, so it's really a good subject to study. Ryoma-sama, I leave the young lady and the others in your care. Sebasu, same here. Please take care of the students. Ryoma. I exchanged some words with Sebasu-san, then when we got to the crossroads, we went our own ways. I took Elia's group with me to the magic wand workshop, while Sebasu-san went to the magic practice area as an instructor. When I opened the doors to the workshop, the first thing that greeted us were the bundles of lumbers to be used as ingredients for making wands and the storages for the tools. Right next to that was the workplace that had a number of windows through which the outside could be seen. The walls blocking the stray magic from the magic practice area are near the windows, but despite that, there's plenty of ventilation and light. I invited the 5 girls inside and had them seat besides the workshop stand. Shall we start, Ryoma? As I said that, I took 5 new notebooks from my item box as well as 5 bottles of ink and pen. I distributed them to the girls. Please use them when needed. These are given to all the students as presents, so please don't hold back. Ryoma. The 5 girls each took their own notebook and pen. Then they immediately opened them and readied themselves for the start of class. When I had confirmed that they were all ready, I began the class. Then let's start. To start off, let me ask you all this question. What do you think makes a good wand? Ryoma. The 3 magicians amongst the 5 girls answered. A wand with a high-quality magic jewel. Kanan. From what I've heard, it's the wand that conducts magic the best. Elia. The longer the better's what I hear in my case. Miyabi. I see. None of your answers are wrong, but none of them are right either. I'll begin today's lesson by tackling around that topic, so we'll be starting with the basics. Magic wands are supplemental tools for using magic. They're not an absolute requirement to casting magic, but they can increase the force of one's magic, make it easier to cast magic, and even reduce the magic power consumption. They have various effects, but why? Why are they able to do this? In order to explain that, let us first review how to use magic. Ryoma. When using magic, one must first release magic power outside of his or her body. Then through visualization transform that magic power into an attribute, maintain it, and then finally cast the magic. Each and every one of these 3 processes is necessary when casting magic. Fail one of them and the magic will not be casted. Amongst these 3 processes, the most important process, and the process to which magic wands are related, is process number 2, the transformation and preservation of magic power. You are all aware that magic power tends to disperse when released outside the body, yes? The girls who were diligently taking notes nodded. Magic dispersing is basic magic knowledge. It's written in every textbook, so of course they know. When released, magic power disperses. It's because of this that magic manipulation is necessary. If the magic power can't be maintained, then it'll disperse. It is also harder to maintain magic power after converting it to an attribute compared to when it's just magic power, so it's a lot easier for it to disperse. Ryalma, this is the reason why in the past, when I evolved a slime to an earth slime after feeding it earth attribute magic power, Elia and the madam couldn't do the same thing, which is why the faster a magician can convert the attribute of magic power, the faster he'll be able to cast magic. I'm sure you've been taught so when you first started learning magic. The faster the invocation, the less waste in magic power, so it's also more advantageous during combat. Ryalma, I paused for a moment and checked whether the girls understood or not. After that, I spoke again. With this, I believe you've now come to an understanding regarding the loss of magic power when invocating magic. Going to the main topic, which is the use of magic wand, it can be summarized into this one sentence. To reduce the wasted magic power, Ryalma, in other words, because there is less magic power wasted when using a wand, the magic power consumed by the spell is reduced, and at the same time the strength of the magic is also increased, right? Elia, precisely. To add to that, it is because magic wands help the magician deal with the two main issues that cause magic power waste. Those 2 points are the conversion and retention of magic power that I just mentioned. Ryalma, the first point is that magic disperses when the magician fails to control the magic power. Moreover, this magic power needs to be maintained even after converting it, all the way until the magic is finally invocated. The other point is the loss that comes when magic power is converted. Humans might be able to convert magic power from neutral to another attribute, but some magic power is lost during the process. A student I had before likened the loss of magic power during conversion to the withdrawal fee charged by the bank when withdrawing. I think it's a great analogy. Now, how exactly do magic wands supplement this loss in magic power? With this, we come back to the first question, and that is, what makes a good magic wand? Ryalma, I had to talk about magic dispersion first as it has a lot to do with the quality of a magic wand. When it comes to choosing the material for the magic wand, it is best to choose a good conductor of magic power. A good example would be trint lumber. Trints have magic power flowing through them just as blood would in a human, so they are exceptional conductors. However, being a good conductor isn't the only criteria one should take note of. Ryalma, what else is there? Kanan, inside of the trees used to make magic wands, there's actually a pipe inside that transports the water and the nutrients that were absorbed from underground. This is called the fibrovascular bundle. This fibrovascular bundle has the property of being able to store magic power. When magic power passes through this, the wasted magic power is reduced. Moreover, due to the magic power being managed, the magic power then becomes easier to handle. Ryalma, they're all showing faces of shock. I guess they didn't know about this then. But while the material might have the property to contain magic power, the amount of magic power the material can retain depends on the kind and quality of the material being used. There are also materials that do better with certain attributes. As for what lumber works for what kind of wand, that's not something I can teach in a short time. So, in regards to Elia's previous answer of the wand that conducts magic power the best, it's sort of right. However, if the material chosen is a good conductor for magic power but in exchange happens to have poor retention of magic power, then the magic power will slip away from the wand, and it's possible that the wand created could have no effect. Ryalma, I see. Kanan, as for Miyabi-san's, the longer the better. This has to do with the quality of the craftsman making the wand. What retains magic power inside the wand is the fibrovascular bundle. So when the material is cracked during the manufacturing process, then magic power will slip away easily. If a skilled craftsman were to work with good material, then the longer magic wand will excel at preserving and rectifying magic power. Ryoma, this is my personal opinion, but if one were to use cheap materials, then I think it's better to just throw away the concept of retaining magic power with the wand, and just make it short, focusing on a wand that simply controls magic power. A shorter wand will be easier to carry, and besides, making a wand unnecessarily long will just increase the holes from where magic power can slip out. So that's how it is. Miyabi Michelle-san then asked me a question. Teacher, how about the quality of the magic jewel used? Michelle, magic jewels don't deal with magic dispersion. Instead, they make it easier to convert magic power. We'll be talking about magic jewels next. So first, let me ask, how do you use magic jewels? Ryoma, the ones who answered this question were Kanan-san and Elia. Magic power flows from the body into the magic jewel, rolling it in the magic power within the jewel and pushing it out. Kanan, that magic power is then mixed with one's own magic power and used to invocate magic. Elia, there is also that method, usually used when one is out of magic power but still needs to fight. However, this isn't the original purpose of magic jewels affixed to wands. Ryoma, the magic jewel is affixed to the wand, so the part about magic power about flowing into it is right. But the real purpose of a magic jewel isn't to use the magic power inside it, but to simply let magic power flow through it. Just let magic power flow through it. Then how is the magic power wasted reduced? Michelle, as you all know, magic jewels can have any kind of magic power attribute in them except for space magic. Now, neutral attribute magic power is easily influenced by other attributes, so by letting it pass through the jewel first, one can make it easier on himself to convert that neutral magic attribute to another attribute. As a result, the success rate of conversion goes up, and the wasted magic power is reduced. Ryoma Michelle-san's eyes opened wide when she heard that. The other four also expressed faces of shock. Looks like they didn't know about this too. Then again, none of the people I've taught so far knew about this, so I suppose it's more or less uncommon knowledge. A lot of masters know from their experience that the better the magic jewel, the better the wand, so they pass that knowledge down to their disciples. There aren't many craftsmen who know about this tidbit, so it really can't be helped that few know about it. But in my case, well, my master is like that, so of course, I was able to learn of it. Come to think of it, I might have heard something similar from my grandpa, Kanan. Oh, Kanan-san, you knew about this. Ryoma, my grandpa, is a magic tool craftsman, and he once mentioned that if one were to put a magic jewel of the same attribute as the magic imbued into the tool, then the magic power will flow better. He also said that it is when I'm able to feel that change in flow that I've truly graduated. Kanan, as she said that, she went, ah, as if she remembered something. Could it be? Is it also easier to convert the attribute the better the quality of the magic jewel? Kanan, spectacular. That is indeed the case. Magic power converts easier when it passes through high-quality magic jewel. Ryoma, as I said that, Kanan-san made an expression that said, I knew it. Also, your grandpa was most likely referring to the same thing I mentioned just now, and that magic jewel your grandpa was talking about is being used to better the conversion rate of magic power. After all, your grandpa said, a magic jewel of the same attribute as the magic imbued into the tool. If one wants to use fire magic, then that person should use a magic wand with the attribute of fire. Other attributes can also be used, but the efficiency will be reduced. So it's not only the quality of the stone that one needs to pay attention to, but also the attribute that one specializes in. Aside from that, there's also the ease of carrying, as well as other things. But overall, these are the important points when choosing a magic wand. In my opinion, it's best to select a wand based on its overall stats rather than just one point. Now going back to the initial question of what is a good wand, truth be told, there's no actual answer to this. The ideal wand changes depending on the attribute one specializes in and how one uses wands. So if you want something strong, it's best to go for something order-made. Ryoma, then how about this wand we're using now? Miyabi, it's good enough for beginners. But from what I've seen in the fight a few days ago, it doesn't suit you girls anymore. If you don't mind, could I have a look at it for a bit? Ryoma, sure. Miyabi, San handed me the wand. Immediately, I examined the flow of magic power and the hue of the magic jewel attached. The wand is made out of tree lumber, but not with the branch which is most suited for wands. Instead, it's made out of a tree trunk that was crushed and then cut. It's not a bad conductor, but it has poor retention. The magic jewel is also just barely passable. Its attribute is neutral. That has a lower effect than the others, but it's the best choice when you don't know what attribute the user specializes in. So it's the best choice for beginner students. In any case, this wand definitely gives off the feeling that it was made for mass production. I examined Michelle-san's and Elia's wands too, and the make and quality of the wands were the same. As expected, you three should use wands more fitting for yourselves. You've come all the way here, so why don't I teach you all how to make a wand, and then you can go make your own. There are plenty of materials here, so let's make them together. Ryoma, as I said, that I began preparing the tree's branches, which we will be using to make the wands, as well as the tools that we will be using. Volume 4, Chapter 19 beside me are 8 pieces of lumber and tools enough for 6 people. What we're about to make is the most basic of wands, having only a magic jewel affixed at its end with no special ornaments. I distributed the lumbers and the knives to the girls, one for each, and then I started the explanations as I worked on mine. The creation of magic wands can be divided into 4 stages: drafting, refining, coating, and installing. The first is drafting, so please begin by shaving your branches using your knives to create the body of your wand. Ryoma, the knife in my hand, moved from one end of the branch to another, shaving it layer by layer, slowly molding the branch into the rough draft of a wand's body. The girls followed suit and began shaving theirs as well. This part's fairly easy, so even if they're not used to it, they should finish in 20 minutes or so. Next comes refining. This part also uses knives or files to shave the branch, but this time, we'll be pouring magic power as we shave the branch. Please shave the branch according to the flow of magic power. Ryoma, this part's a bit more difficult. If the branch is poorly shaved, the fibrovascular tube could be damaged, so it's imperative that the craftsman ascertain where the fibrovascular tube is by pouring magic power into the branch as he shaves it. But what's more is that a craftsman must shave the branch as much as he can. This stage is a crucial factor in deciding the quality of the wand. As I explained that to the girls, I focused my magic perception and worked on mine while I kept a watchful eye on the girls. Michelle Riera-san and Michelle quietly shaved their branches. They're not bad for beginners, but they seem to be having difficulties feeling the flow of magic power, causing them to stop from time to time to check the position of the fibrovascular tube. Is it here? Elia. Ah, I did it again. Miyabi, Elia and Miyabi-san are having a hard time shaving, but they're doing a decent job of feeling the flow of magic power. They're shaving too much though. I'll give them some advice to help them out. And finally, there's one person who's having a better time than everyone else. It's Kanan-san. Kanan, she works quietly just like Riera-san and Michelle-san, but her hands move fast. Moreover, she's barely damaged the fibrovascular tube. That's a rare sight amongst beginners. Kanan-san, you're doing a really good job. Please keep it up. Ryoma, really? Kanan. Yes. I thought you'd have a harder time since it's your first time, but you're actually doing pretty well. By any chance, is magic perception your specialty? Ryoma, it is. I can only repair magic tools and use enchantment magic, so I naturally became good at it. Wait, you're making a second one. Kanan-san said that out when she saw what was in my hands. Just as she mentioned, I've began working on a second branch. This stage is actually easy so long as one is good at magic perception. Moreover, I'm sharpening the knife with my kai, so I'm able to shave the branch really fast. I'm already used to it, so if it wasn't for me having to teach them, I could refine a branch up to the refining stage in 5 minutes. Of course, the quality is also good. If I use Qigong, I can go even faster and get better results. I don't have to put a lot of strength when the knife cuts well, so I don't end up shaving more than I should either. Kanan was a bit surprised by my skill in wand making, but after that, she continued to work quietly along with the rest of the girls. By the time it was almost noon, the girls finally completed the refining stage. At that moment, Sebasu-san dropped by. Excuse me. Sebasu, thank you for your efforts, Sebasu-san. You came at a good time. We were just about to take a break. Ryoma, thank you for your efforts as well, Ryoma-sama. I came to deliver the ladies their lunch. Sebasu-san took out a parcel that looked like a bento and began preparing the girls' meal. Meanwhile, I opened the window and blew away the shavings with wind magic. At that, air entered from the outside, replacing the dusty air and gathering the fallen wood chips. I gathered those and hid them away. As for Elia and the others, they cleaned up the workshop and wiped the place clean with a cloth. Apparently, Sebasu-san had also prepared my portion as he lined up enough bento for 6 people. I'll be taking my leave now. Sebasu-san said he had to go back immediately. It seems there are still plenty of students who want to learn from Sebasu-san. The students here are all passionate, so there's value in teaching them. I'll have my lunch later, so please don't mind me. Sebasu, thank you very much. Please take care. Ryoma as I sent off Sebasu-san, then I sat before my workbench where I'd left my bento and began eating. Let's eat. Ryoma, when I opened the bento, what was inside was a meat and vegetable sandwich with some fruits on the side. As we ate our sandwiches, I talked about the concepts we touched when refining the branch. After 30 minutes, we finished eating and we went back to working. We're done with the drafting and refining stages, so up next is the coating stage. First, you need to prepare a soft paint brush and paint. Then you need to mix powdered magic jewel and coat your brush with it. With this, you'll be able to let magic power flow easier and reduce leakage. Ryoma, the mixing of the powdered magic jewel with paint is the same as the ink used in magic formations, right, Kanan? Yes, after all, the purpose is the same as the ink, which is to let magic power flow better. So there's not much of a difference. Ryoma, there's also the quick drying property in the ink for the lesson's sake, but I'll just put that aside. Try to make the magic jewels as thin as possible when crushing them, and please ensure that the mix is even all over when coating. Otherwise, the flow of magic power won't be equal throughout your wand, and it'll be harder to use it. Ryoma, after that, I continued to observe the work of the girls. The one who excelled the most was Michelle-san. You could really feel her experience from her speed in pulverizing and mixing magic jewels. After the coating stage ended, we left the wands leaning against a wall to dry them. Then I took out magic jewels with a diameter of 3 cm along with some bowl-shaped pedestals split in half and distributed them to the girls. Supposedly, if one is aiming to be a wand craftsman, even the cut of the magic jewels and the creation of the pedestal should be studied, but today's lesson's focus is on the practical side, so I'm omitting that for now. They can just these things that were made beforehand. The next stage is the last, and is the installation of the magic jewel. Once the coating dries, glue is melted in water at 60 degrees Celsius. Upon turning liquid, it is then mixed with the powdered magic jewel mix. The wand is completed when the magic jewel is successfully installed to the wand. The trick to installing the magic jewel lies in the pedestal, the wand itself, and in gluing the wand. Please make sure to cover every nook and cranny in glue. After that is Ryoma, I pull a drawer from one of the shelves in the storage room for tools and pull out a cloth that looks no different from a white bandage. This cloth will be used to affix the wand to the pedestal while the glue is still drying. After that, as we waited for the wands to finish drying, I talked to the girls about the different qualities of magic wands. I think it's about time for the wands to finish drying. After confirming that all of the wands were done drying, we proceeded to the next stage. I took out a pan and we heated the glue and the water together. The 6 magic jewels might not be big, but there's still 6 of them being cooked, so it couldn't be helped that the room grew hot. We endured that heat and successfully affixed the jewels to the body of the wand. Now all that's left is to leave these here to dry overnight. In other words, today's class is done for the day. At this point, I suddenly felt like hearing what Elia and the others thought of my lesson. We just finished affixing the jewels after all, so I guess it wouldn't hurt. Good work, everyone. With this, today's lesson comes to a close. How was the class? Ryoma, it was really interesting. Elia, it was thorough, easy to understand, and really beneficial. Michelle, I asked the other 3, and they all seemed satisfied with the lesson. I'm happy to hear everyone enjoyed. Actually, this class is really unpopular. Only 1 student attends. Ryoma, he has some errands to do for his family today, so he's absent. But normally, only Toll, who's going to inherit his family's business of woodcraft, attends. From time to time, a new student would come, but aside from that, he's my only student. So normally, it's just Ryoma Dono and another student. Riera, yes. Even though it's an important subject for magicians. But since most magicians would rather use their time to practice their magic, barely anyone attend the class a second time. Continuing the class would be beneficial for them too. But still, I won't force them. Ryoma, benefits. What sort? Elia, you had to use magic perception, right? That's why if you keep making wands, your magic perception will be trained. That in itself has plenty of benefits. Ryoma, I told the girls about how I was able to use magic perception right before our match a few days ago. They were suspicious at the start, but after I told them their respective magic power, they had no choice but to believe me. After all, I hadn't heard about anyone else's magic power aside from Elia. Being able to measure other people's magic power aside, I'm sure we can all agree that the ability to sense magic power nearby is beneficial even to people who don't use magic. And excelling at magic perception will also prove beneficial to someone wishing to excel at magic manipulation and magic. Ryoma, it's difficult to manipulate what you can't see. Putting aside the training regime for magic in this world, it's commonly accepted that magicians become better at magic the more they use it. Of course, magicians receive instructions on manipulating magic when training, but they're also often told that magic perception can be naturally trained by using magic a lot. That's not wrong. However, because it takes a long time to train one's magic perception, people often think it's better to just train their magic perception in that way. And to be honest, I actually agree with them to an extent. But once the future and the casting of advanced magic is taken into consideration, I think it's better to train magic perception by focusing on it. And so, I'll be adding magic perception training on your menu starting tomorrow. Results are hard to come by in a short time, so I'll have to ask you girls to continue training even after getting back to your academy. Ryoma, there's a way to train magic perception even without magic power, so they can train it so long as they have time. They should be able to train it without it getting in the way of their studies, right? Of course, it'd be great if they could get some results while they're here, but I doubt they'd able to get any during their long vacation. If everything goes well, they might get some results, but the whole vacation is 5 months. If you take away the time they used to get here, and the time going back, and the time to prepare for the next semester, they'll have 3 months of vacation at most. I doubt that's enough time to get results. I've been worrying about this since last night, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about their time. Which is why I told them about what sort of things they can do after training their magic perception. Now all that's left is to leave it up to their determination. As long as they keep it up, I'm sure they'll get results. As we were cleaning up after that, out of the blue, Kanan-san suddenly asked me a question. Speaking of which, Ryoma-kun, do you have a girlfriend? Kanan. Why all of a sudden? Ryoma being suddenly asked that, I couldn't help but pause in my tracks for a moment. We were asked so when we got to the training facility yesterday. Kanan, Ryoma-kun, you rarely get seen around with women, so seeing you together with us was apparently a strange sight. Well, students and teachers aside, you being with female friends is apparently rare. Michelle, Kanan and Miyabi sure drew a lot of attention. Riera, Michelle-san and Riera-san said as they continued to sweep the floor. I'm not seeing any girls as of now. Ryoma, while I was studying swordsmanship, some hopeful guys came and asked if Ryoma Dono preferred men. Riera, that's a definite no. Also, if you could tell me the names of those who are asking, I'd be much obliged. I have to make sure to keep some distance after all. Ryoma, I don't have that sort of hobby. How about you guys? Since you're all going to school, I'm sure you all must have more opportunities to mingle with the opposite sex near your own age. Ryoma, the girls shrunk when I asked that. Well, I'm usually either in my room or at the workshop except for during class hours or when I'm with Elia and the others, so no one's asked me out. Kanan, well, if it's someone we know, and the relationship becomes like that, then it's another story. Miyabi, most people just look at the family name, so I don't think something like that could happen. Elia, for most noble children, the academy's just a place to meet or rendezvous with others, so it can't be helped. In other words, the world of love is also far away from us. Michelle-san remembered something and she looked at Riera. But Riera's different though, right? Michelle, if you're going to ask whether there's love, well, it'd be troubling, but I do have a fiancé. Riera, really? Ryoma, well, that's news to me. I'm aspiring to be a knight, so my parents worried that I might end up marrying too late. Because of that, they went ahead and got the son of a long-distant relative, and well, you know, as for what kind of person he is, he's a quiet, serious guy. Riera-san's expression was calm and quiet. It would appear she's not against her engagement. When I heard that she's engaged, I thought her parents pressured her into it. I even imagined a situation where she would run away because she doesn't want to be engaged, but apparently that doesn't seem to be the case for her. As I was thinking those things, the conversation stopped, and silence visited the room for a few seconds. The next few words that Michelle-san said next quickly changed the topic. Hey, Ryoma-kun, could it be you're bad with women? Michelle M.N. I don't think so, but why all of the sudden? I don't so know why. Have I done anything strange? Ryoma M.N. tilde. Rather than strange, it's more like you're keeping distance. Michelle, distance. Ryoma, I couldn't quite pick up what she was saying, so I ended up asking that, but everyone else aside from me seemed to understand. Michelle-san explained. It's not to the extent that you're cold or anything, but it's more like it always feels like you're just focused on work. Michelle, right, that's exactly it. Our ages aren't that apart to begin with, so it's fine to speak your mind. Kanan, oh, I see. I understand. Ryoma, I wonder if it's because I've never had any relations with women in my past life. I wasn't doing it on purpose, but it seems I've unconsciously put up a wall. That's definitely not a good thing. While you don't have to force yourself to change immediately, it'd be great if you could get used to it slowly. Michelle, I'll do my best. Ryoma, then you should start by removing the san from my name. I'm not used to being called with san, you see. Kanan, I understand, Kanan. Although it doesn't feel as distant anymore, the way you say it sounds a bit strange. Kanan, I can see that myself actually. It's probably because it's already become a habit. There's no need to hurry. I also know very well that Ryao isn't the type to hurt women. Moreover, Ryao is also our teacher, so please don't hold back. Feel free to call me Riera. Riera, I understand, Riera. Ryalma, don't forget me. Michelle, of course, Michelle. Ryalma, it definitely feels off. Get used to it. Next is Miyabi-san, no. I will also refer to Miyabi as just Miyabi. Like this, the distance between us lessened, and as we chatted while sweeping the place, the last thing we talked about was the Magic Beast tournament. Ryalmahan, are you entering the tournament? Miyabi, didn't you say before that you're not interested? Kanan, yeah, but I need to attend. Ryalma, then wouldn't you need to prepare? When's the tournament? Aliyah, in 9 days. Ryalma, hey, there's no time left at all. Michelle, will you be using that kid that pulls the monster carriage? Kanan, no, only my slimes will be fighting. Ryalma, after this, the girls told me that preparing for the tournament's more important, so it's fine even if we put the training for later. I can feel the girls' concern from their words, so I decided to use the days until the tournament for the slimes training and strategizing. TL note, sorry for the lack of chapters, and thanks for being patient with me. I'll start posting chapters as usual now as the construction near me is mostly finished. Same sked as before. Extra chapters will be released normally now too, except that the queue won't be reduced until I've released the Makeup Chapters Volume 4 chapter 29 days later, putting my all into it. I took my slimes to the arena early in the morning. The second town's always hustling and bustling with people, but today seems to be especially busy. But then again, that's only to expected. After all, today's the opening of the Magic Beast tournament. A lot of people have come to spectate or participate in the matches these coming 3 days. I walked through that busy town, and when I finally arrived at the arena, the guards shouted me words of encouragement. Do your best, Guard 1, treat us out if you win. Guard 2, be careful, all right. Guard 3, those people who called out to me are the adventurers working here as guards. There are a lot of magic beasts gathered here because of the tournament, so just to be safe, the organizers sent out a request. And apparently, it was the Adventurers Guild of Gimyuru who took on that request. The guild directly notified adventurers B rank up. They also called out to me, but I'm going to be participating in the tournament, so I refused. Because of that, familiar faces called out to me as I walked until I finally turned at the entrance used for transporting goods. There's another entrance aside from this, which is the normal entrance, but that entrance is only big enough for people. Magical beasts can't enter through it, so participants like me have to use this entrance. This is something that I learned when I registered. Fushu, Beast 1, Gurururu, Beast 2, G, Beast 3, Kayun, Beast 4 on the other side of that entrance that was now forbidden except to related personnel, was a large crowd of magical beasts and participants. There were all sorts of magical beasts from different sizes to different types. Some were excited, eager to fight, and others were visibly scared. The participants could also be seen giving off sparks from time to time. In any case, I should first report my arrival. Ryalma, I walked to a tent near the entrance that's been temporarily placed there to serve as a reception desk. May I know your name, receptionist? Ryalma Take Bayashi. Ryalma, can I see your proof of participation? Yes, thank you very much. Please wait a moment. Receptionist, after I showed the proof of my participation that I got after registering, the male receptionist looked through his register of names. I've confirmed your registration. I am returning this proof of participation. Take Bayashi-sama, your match is number 24. Receptionist. I've been informed that participants need to have his personal belongings checked. Do I need to have my things checked now? Ryalma, it's possible to have it now, but the participant won't be able to leave. Take Bayashi-sama, your match is still in the afternoon, so it should be fine even if you have the body check later. Please feel free to enjoy yourself until noon. Receptionist. Thank you very much. Ryalma, then I guess I should watch my rivals until noon. I'll probably have to watch standing, but being able to watch even a little should be good. So I entered the arena through its entrance and headed for the spectators' seats. As expected, waves of people crowded the area, and there was no place left to sit. I was somehow able to find a spot to stand on, but from time to time, a head would pass by and block my vision. Elia and the others said they'd come to cheer on me, but there's no way I could tell where they are with this. Ryalma, it was here that a man suddenly stepped into the center of the stage, and the sounds of music erupted, drowning the noise of the crowd. With the flourish of trumpets out, the tournament was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited battle between Riforu Kingdom's challengers and their magical beasts is here. I officially declare the Magic Beast Tournament open. The man's voice echoed throughout the arena as he announced the opening of the tournament. After that, he lightly explained the rules of the tournament, but this time he talked a lot calmer. Also, I can feel some hint of magic power in his voice. Is this magic? Come to think of it, I do recall making magic like that in the past, as I was thinking that. The explanation regarding that voice of his came. Apparently, it's because of the magic tool that was excavated from some ruin some few months ago. A lot of the same magic tool was found, so they were distributed to the various research labs and to the Magic Guild. After analyzing them, a portion of those magic tools flowed into the market and was sold. That same artifact is being used in the explanations of this tournament now. Even though they're artifacts, they actually flowed into the market that easily, well, it's probably because all it does is amplify the voice so it wasn't valued much. Or maybe they can mass produce it. I'm not that familiar with magic tools though, so I wouldn't know. I should ask Conan when I have time. The participants for the first round seemed to have been waiting while the man on stage was greeting the audience, since as soon as he finished, those two participants immediately entered. At their entrance, two voices belonging to the host and the commentator sounded. They started talking about the participants and their respective magical beasts. Please welcome the recently rising newcomer of the Tamer Guild, Padro, riding on his magical beast, the barbell reindeer. What a magnificent entrance! A young man entered the stage, riding on what appeared to be a reindeer with two black horns that resembled pitchforks growing out of it. Rather than magnificent, though, I'd say he looks more nervous since he looks so stiff that he seems to be having a hard time moving. Or maybe his entrance is magnificent because he's visibly trying to keep his back straight to avoid looking nervous. So, what sort of magical beast is this barbell reindeer? The barbell reindeer lives in the Snow's mountains and is often considered to be one of the gentler beasts out there, but it is undoubtedly a B-rank magical beast. Naturally, despite its gentle nature, it has power befitting that of a B-rank magical beast. For example, those giant horns on its head are more than capable of easily perforating armor. Moreover, barbell reindeers are also known to cast electric magic from time to time. Well, I guess that means we have a big one right off the bat. Continuing, they continued in that manner, introducing and explaining the participant. When both sides were finally gathered, the match started. After the match ended, the participants left, the arena was repaired, and then the tournament proceeded on to the next match. It was in this way the matches continued. Incidentally, the winner of the first match was Padro and the barbell reindeer. That reindeer was really strong. It struck its foe with its horns. It roasted it with electricity. And then it trampled it underfoot its seemingly hard hooves. Also, apparently, when that reindeer uses its electric magic, its horns turn red and become really hot. The original purpose behind that was apparently for it to melt the snow and drink it, but when used during battle, it proves to be a formidable weapon. I'll need to watch out for that. As for how the battle was, well, how should I put it? To sum it up briefly, it was a brawl. Ryoma seeing tens of magical beasts go wild at the same time is certainly amazing, but on the other hand, it could also be said to be the picture of hell. After the 16 matches ended, I quickly ate my meal, and then I took the slime that I'll be using from my dimension home. From what I've seen, the other participants also wielded some weapon and shield for self-defense, so I also took out my blade and sheathed it at my waist. After I finished my preparations, I let a slime ride over each of my shoulders, one over my head, while I carried one last slime in my arms. Then I entered the entrance to the participants' area. Participants are limited to a maximum of 5 magical beasts in the preliminaries. As for how I'm going to fight, thanks to Elia and the others, I was able to get enough time to think up a strategy, so I'll be going for the win. When I lined up for the body check, the voices of other participants fell on my ears. Hey, look at that guy. Participant 1, he's actually going to fight with those slimes. Participant 2, is he looking down on this tournament? Participant 3, these people came from a different town. Moreover, they came from one quite some distance away. As for why I know that, well, that's because, that guy's the cleaner. Participant 4, that guy fighting with slimes is an adventurer. Can his slimes really fight? Participant 5. Weren't the cleaner's slimes just pets? From what I hear, it's the cleaner himself who's strong and the slimes just eat the unneeded parts of magical beasts. Participant 6. It's because the people living near Gimuru give that sort of response. They've heard a little of the rumors about me, so they're only half convinced. As for the people who know me well, Participant 7. Yuwa. Participant 8. What a pain. But then again, he's only using 5 slimes, so he might actually lose in the preliminaries. Participant 9. These guys are from the Tamer Guild, probably. Because there aren't a lot of people capable of forming a contract with a B-rank magical beast, and because of all the bandits I've been catching plus the contract I've formed with my cannonball rhino, these sort of people have increased. I don't know if it's because they're guilty or what, but from time to time, I can see these guys avoiding my gaze. I mean, sure, it's not exactly nice being underestimated, but being treated like cancer isn't very nice either. But then again, they are from the Tamer Guild, and matters related to them being pleasant is rare, so I guess it's just as usual. The line proceeded gradually until finally it was my turn. In front of me were a woman and 4 rough men. You are Ryoma Take Bayashi-sama, correct? We will be inspecting the magic tools you have with you. Do you have any? Female personnel, no, there's nothing. Ryoma, then please excuse me. Female personnel, the moment the woman before me said that, the magic power she exhaled wrapped itself around me. After which, she smiled that usual business smile of hers as she informed that the inspection was over. What was that just now? Ryoma, enchantment magic to detect whether or not you have magic tools or weapons on your person. Female personnel. Apparently, that magic was meant to confirm whether I had any magic tools with me, so she knows for sure whether or not I have. And in case I do have, she would investigate. Magic tools can be imbued with the slave demon magic or conjuration, so anyone with magic power can use them. And even slave demon magic users and conjurers use them. The purpose of this inspection is to find out whether a participant is using a magic tool, in which case he or she would immediately be expelled. Furthermore, there are many defects amongst magic tools imbued with slave demon magic or conjuration, making them prone to accidents, so they're currently prohibited and are not being sold. Just being in possession of them is plenty bad. But even then, it can still be found if one looks hard enough, so we still have to check. It's also in the rules. Female personnel, that's true. This woman in front of me is checking just in case. She also has a magic tool imbued with dimension magic, so they have more than enough countermeasure to deal with one in case there is. Thank you for your work. Ryalma, I didn't have any magic tools on me, so the inspection immediately ended. Following the instructions of the personnel in charge, I entered into waiting room. If I'd brought a large type magical beast with me, I would have been shown to the storehouse. But since all I have with me are my slimes, I was just brought here. When the person who would be coming out in the same match as me entered into the waiting room, he glared at me. However, he immediately lost interest and averted his gaze. Seemingly unconcerned, he lightly greeted me, and then sat at a corner in the room as he looked around the area. There were water and snacks prepared in the room. There were also people chatting and people loitering around. But none of the faces belonged to any of my acquaintances, so no came to talk to me. I just quietly sat in my seat while caressing my slimes until my turn finally came. And after some time of waiting, my turn finally came. Sorry for the wait. All participants for match number 24, please come. Personnel at those words, everyone in the room including me, stood up, and we followed the personnel in charge. Now let the match begin. Volume 4, Chapter 21, Volume 4, Chapter 21. Preliminaries at the instructions of the official, the participants went out to the arena one after another with their magical beasts. The cries of beasts resounded within the dim path, but upon nearing the exit, the cheers of the spectators along with the light from outside drowned their cries away. Ryalma's debut was getting closer and closer. The first one to go out was a woman with 4 of the same beautiful magical beast. How beautiful! Just what sort of magical beast is that? Host, that's a C-ranked magical beast, a spore butterfly. It's a terrifying magical beast. Analyst, terrifying. Host, please don't be fooled by its looks. Spore butterflies generate powerful digestive liquids within their bodies which they spit on their foes, melting their bodies, allowing them to slurp them for food. They're carnivores. When spore butterflies appear, it's common for people to disappear, leaving behind only their weapons and armors. Analyst T. That is quite terrifying. To think she actually has 4 of those. Which beast will these spore butterflies feast on? Or will they instead be feasted on? Host. Ryalma also heard the explanation, but he wasn't panicked in the slightest, only thinking to himself that there wasn't much of a difference between that and acid slimes. Although Ryalma was competing as well, he wasn't nervous at all and was instead exceedingly calm. The next participant came out, and what he brought with him was a magical beast capable of even defeating large-type magical beasts. With the terrifying prowess of poison and 3 heads, it was the trident snake. After that finally came Ryalma's turn. Take Bayashi-sama, please. Official, thank you very much. Ryalma leisurely carried his slimes as he approached the exit. Having come from the dim path, Ryalma couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He walked straight toward the elliptical arena to one of its sides where an official carrying a flag stood. There are 19 opponents for this round, and they all stood along the shape of the arena, some distance away from the wall separating them from the spectators. Ryalma walked toward his spot as the commentators talked about his magical beasts. Entering now is participant Ryalma Take Bayashi. And with him are the first slimes to make an appearance in this entire tournament. What an odd participant. When those words resounded in the arena, the spectators all voiced out their disbelief. Can he win? Is he seriously trying? Isn't he just trying to hype the crowd? Such impressions could be heard here and there, but you-woo-oh, Spectator Fan 1. Do your best. Spectator Fan 2. In one part of the spectator seats was a group of people fervently cheering for Ryalma. These people are all either members of the research facility or the training facility, so when Ryalma decided to participate in the tournament, word got out, and they decided to make a cheering squad. They are all cheering for Ryalma from the bottom of their hearts. But even then, the The slime researchers in particular were especially passionate. The spectators were feeling disappointed because of the slimes, but because of the cheering squad, some of the spectators became excited. Gradually, the difference in hype between the spectators caused confusion to spread. It seems he plans to participate with slimes, but what do you think? Host, well, they are slimes. Analyst, the analyst amongst the two commentators meant no ill will, but compared to the other contestants, he was clearly biased against the slimes. Still, in order to keep the crowd hyped, he chose to keep his opinion vague. For the same reason, the host tried to reveal Ryauma's information, but From what I've heard, participant Takebayashi is a C-rank adventurer, and has many high-class slimes under his command. Host being a C-rank at that age is certainly an admirable feat. But in this tournament, only the magical beasts will be fighting, and even if the slimes are of a higher class, well, I just can't help but wonder exactly how he plans to fight with them. Analyst, participant Takebayashi. What a mystery. Will his battle be short-lived? Or is he the dark horse of the tournament? Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your eyes peeled and decide for yourselves. Host, as the host finished introducing Ryauma, Ryauma arrived at his spot, and the host and analyzer moved on to the next participant. After that, participants steadily entered the arena one after another, and Ryauma brought down his slimes as he did his preparations for the match. When he did so, he saw some familiar faces almost directly behind them there in the second floor, above the entrance, so that's where Elia's group was. Ryauma, Elia, and her friends were sitting on the special seats for nobles. They were sitting especially near the arena, and walls separated them from other seats. Their seat was clearly of the highest class. Well, it's them after all, so it's no surprise. Ryauma, it's a group with the daughters of a duke and a count, so there's nothing odd at all about them sitting in the noble seats. As Ryauma was wondering about the other two sitting on that room-like seat but weren't nobles, the participants all finished lining up on the arena. Ryauma steeled himself and went to the center of the arena as he waited for the signal to start sound. It is now the 24th match of the preliminaries. With the start of their match right before their eyes, the glare of the participants grew fiercer. In this 24th match, who will be the one to proceed? The magic beasts entered into battle mode as an intimidating aura greater than anything they've released yet burst. Preliminaries, 24th match, fight. Howls echoed within the arena as the chains keeping the brawl at bay were released. Immediately, several of the beasts rushed for Ryauma's slimes. Ryauma instantaneously responded, ordering his 5 slimes according to their practice these past 9 days. The slimes Ryauma brought out today are 3 iron slimes, a mimic slime, and a slime known as the portion slime. According to the rules of the preliminary, every participant can only bring out a maximum of 5 magical beasts, so Ryauma decided to hold back on the announcement of the big reveal of the big slime just yet. Instead, he came up with a plan to win. Following Ryauma's instructions, 2 of the 3 iron slimes transformed into a flat plank upon which a mimic slime and a portion slime were, who were then taken by the remaining iron slime into its body as they all transformed into a seamless iron ball. Attacking them was a native of the Shura's Great Forest, the Galmo's alligator. Although it wasn't particularly fast, but because it was standing near Ryauma, it was able to close the distance in no time at all. Get rid of the small fries first. Male participant. The Galmo's alligator followed the instruction of its master, and right before it crashed into the slimes, it stopped in its tracks, twisted its body and whipped its fat tail against the slimes, lightly flicking them away. After which it changed its target to one of the magical beasts also aiming for Ryauma's slimes. To the Galmo's alligator and its master, Ryauma and his slimes were no longer an issue. Oh no, Takebayashi's has been sent flicked off. No, actually, they've been sent flying. Host, that's most likely it for participant Take Bayashi analyst around this time Ryoma, who just had his slave demons sent flying, quietly muttered, "Not yet." Ryoma ordered the slimes inside his mind as the slimes landed near the center of the battle between the other beasts. In that place that was almost the center of the battle, the slimes bared their fangs. What is that? A purple mist suddenly came out of nowhere. The mist is swallowing the other beasts in it. Their movements are getting worse, and they fainted. Participant Horizon's Galmo's alligator has been paralyzed. The host gave a play-by-play of the battles as the other magical beasts ran away from the mist. Unfortunately, for those who were snarling at others or for those who were too slow to react, they couldn't run away in time. The Galmo's alligator was one of those. It was here that the analyst then explained the situation. This is definitely poison magic. I do believe we have seen other beasts use magic in the tournament, but I don't think there's any who can use poison in this match. Analyst: there is. It's actually the slime. The beast responsible for this mist is none other than the slime that was sent flying by the Galmo's alligator's tail whip a while ago. Analyst: a commotion stirred within the spectators when the analyst said that, and they tried to make out the slime from within that purple mist. How could a slime be responsible for this? Host: it's true that it's rare for a slime to be able to use magic, but there are definitely those that can. For example, poisonous marshes where poison attribute magic jewels can be found are inhabited by poison slimes. And although rare, the slimes that can use poison magic, the portion slimes. It seems that inside that dazzling silver-colored slime is a portion slime. As for what that silver slime is, it's most likely a slime that possesses a metallic body, a metal slime. Analyst: I see. So the portion slime is hidden inside the metal slime, which is why it was able to endure the attack of the Galmo's alligator, correct? Host: there's no other explanation. Analyst: hearing the explanation of the analyst, the host immediately exaggerated the facts, hyping the crowd even more. What an unexpected development. Participant Take Bayashi's slimes are actually putting up a good fight. More and more magical beasts are falling to the slime's magic. This is truly a fight you can't keep your eyes off. Host: just as the man had said, the magical beasts were falling one after another due to the poison of the portion slime. If they weren't inside the arena, they would have long been able to run away, but unfortunately for them, the area they could run to is limited, so there were some who couldn't find a place to run to anymore. On the bright side, the portion slime's mist only contained a strong sedative, so there was relatively no danger to the beast's lives. Forfeit. I'm forfeiting. Participant 1: me too. Male Participant 1: because of this, the opposing beasts received damage that couldn't be ignored, and some of their owners even started forfeiting. But of course not everyone did. Bite it. Participant 2: as that voice echoed out, a three-headed snake attacked the slime. It was the trident snake who entered into the arena right before Ryoma. This magical beast possesses strong resistance against poison, so it can move freely even inside the poison mist. Sha. Guo. The trident snake coiled around the slime, and its three heads bit at it. But because its fangs literally couldn't penetrate through the iron slime's iron skin, it failed to poison the slime. This is despite the fact that the trident snake wasn't just a poisonous magical beast. Around this time, another magical beast jumped in. It was like a stripeless leopard, and its sharp claws ferociously struck out. Keisha. But what got hit wasn't the slime, but the trident snake coiled around it. The slime it was really aiming for was left unhurt. On top of the fact that slimes couldn't be killed unless their nucleus was directly harmed, because of the hardness and the roundness of the iron slime's metallic body, the magical beast's attack could only slip. Moreover, because of Ryoma's straining, the metallic body of the iron slime was now impervious to penetration. Even blades couldn't cut it unless struck properly, only being able to slip on its iron skin. On the contrary, Jian. When the magical beast thought to crush the slime underfoot, It ended up breaking its own balance, hitting its own nose hard against the floor. Physical attacks came one after another after that, but they all could only slip on the slime's skin. If not slip, then dodged by the slime with a mobility unlike any normal slime. At one point, the slime's poison strongly affected a large-type magical beast, causing it to jump back and hit itself on the head of another magical beast. All the magical beasts aside from the slime were accumulating damage after damage. Gah, now what? Host, ah, that looks painful. Analyst at the cry of a magical beast. The spectators and the commentators turned their heads. Without having noticed it, apparently, that iron slime and portion slime that have become the center of attention have managed to find themselves at the edge of the arena with the bear magical beast, the black bear. The black bear was tumbling and standing on its two legs, restlessly rampaging around. As it opened its mouth wide, a silver-colored ball could be seen inside with thin needles protruding out of it, prickling the corners of the black bear's mouth. This too is because of participant Takebayashi's slimes. Host indeed. That black bear tried to bite the slime, but instead it changed its form into needles. To have a ball of needles inside of one's mouth, what a terrifying magical beast. Analyst who would have thought slimes could actually be capable of that. Host, it's my first time seeing such a thing too actually. They must have practiced a lot. Analyst, every spectator within the arena couldn't help but change their appraisal of Ryalma's slimes. But even then, for Ryalma, this was just the beginning. When Ryalma gave his next instruction, the iron slime that had been protecting the mimic slime all this time changed its form. That form that could be said to be a chestnut's cupule suddenly jumped. Spectators. All the spectators fixed on the now midair slime. Then without any warning, it suddenly shot off. It danced about in the air, dodging the poison mist and the attacks of other magical beasts as it attacked the spore butterflies who were busy spraying digestive liquids. Because of these, the 4 spore butterflies were heavily damaged by the iron slime's needles, and they all fell to the ground. Can you explain exactly what just happened? Host, unfortunately, I don't understand either. Why is a metal slime able to fly? Analyst, looks like even the analyst is at a loss. But then a different analyst suddenly showed up. That's a mana slime's magic. Mana slime. Do you know anything about it? Or wait a moment, who are you anyway? Host, please excuse me. I am the magical beast researcher and adventurer Rapin. I was preparing for a job when I coincidentally found myself here in the arena. Rapin, thank you for your service. So, what is this about mana slimes? Host, just as the analyst had explained with the portion slime a while ago, the mana slime is a slime that uses magic. Only it doesn't use poison magic but neutral magic. I believe that needle ball of a slime used neutral magic to fly. I see. Analyst, thank you for explanations. Host, hearing that, Ryalma said to himself, the magic is certainly telepathy, but the type of slime is wrong, or rather, Rapin-san, just what exactly are you doing there? Ryalma was surprised when he suddenly heard an acquaintance's voice, but he shrugged it off and gave his slimes another order, causing the crowd to go crazy. This match is a battle royal. Even if Ryalma doesn't directly fight the other magical beasts, the number would naturally decrease. Also, while Ryalma is indeed raising the mana slime that Rapin spoke of, the slime Ryalma brought out in this tournament is not the mana slime, but the mimic slime. As for why, it was for insurance in case the portion slime ran out of magic power. In which case, the mimic slime would then transform into Rai to secure the victory. But seeing this situation now, there was no need. He didn't really want to use that method anyway, so this situation is favorable for him. As he was thinking that, a dull sound vibrated throughout the arena. That was the sound of the biggest magical beast falling. No matter how big a magical beast may be, and no matter how difficult it might be to poison, Once enough toxicity has accumulated, it would certainly fall. This is true even for Ryalma, who has poison resistance. And then, after a hard-fought battle, the winner for the 24th round of the preliminaries is, who would have thought, none other than the slime user, participant Ryalma Bayashi. Like this, cheers were showered on Ryalma as his advancement to the main tournament was decided. Volume 4, Chapter 22. After securing the victory, I waved to the audience as I left the arena. The official led me to a different room from the waiting room a while ago. Inside the room was a chair and a desk. The official offered me a seat, so I sat facing him. Congratulations for breaking through the preliminaries. Official, thank you very much. Ryalma, I will be taking a sheet of paper from this box for Take Bayashi-sama. Official, as the official said that, he slid a box with a hole on top of it just big enough for a hand to fit in. He then took a huge sheet of paper from underneath the desk and spread it before me. On it were 32 boxes, 23 of which were already filled. I had an inkling of what was going on as soon as I saw the box, and as expected, it really was drawing lots to decide the opponent for the main tournament. After the official explained the details surrounding the box, confirming my suspicions, I drew a lot. Number 32 was written on the paper I drew. I handed it to the official, and as soon as he saw it, he wrote my name on the rightmost box. The semi-finals and finals will be held the day after tomorrow, so if everything go well tomorrow, I'll be participating in 3 matches all in all. Take Bayashi-sama, your match will be the last match of the first round and will be against Padro-sama. Official Padro, that should be the winner of the first match. Looks like I'll be fighting with that reindeer. It should be fine. I can think of several winning strategies, and there's no limit to the number of slave demons I can use, so I'll be able to go all out. Besides, my goal is to publicize the big slime anyway. So long as I'm able to expose it to as many people as possible, it doesn't really matter who I fight. Even just showing the big slime in the main tournament is enough to complete my goals to some extent. I don't plan on easing up on my opponents, but my main goal was still to break through the preliminaries. Since I've already accomplished that, it could be said that I've already climbed the mountain. While I was being optimistic, I took a look at the names of the participants written on the paper. I know the first 16 since I was watching them, but there are also names that I don't know. Those ones are probably the ones who had their matches while I was in the waiting room. Why is he? As I was reading the names of the participants near my turn, a certain name caught my attention. It was facing directly opposite my name. It read, Matthew. Excuse me, this Matthew here, is this the same Matthew as the Tamer Guilds? Ryalma, yes, that's correct. That is certainly Matthew Sama of the Tamer Guild Gimyuru branch. He won the 22nd match 2 matches before Take Bayashi Sama's. Official, so it was him. Why exactly is that guy even participating? Is there something the matter? Official, it's nothing actually. I was just wondering how someone as busy as the guild master would be able to find time to join the tournament. Ryalma, when I said that, the official wryly smiled and answered. From what I've heard, Matthew Sama took a 3-day leave. It's great for us since it'll hype up the tournament, but the person himself seems really troubled. Official, I see. Ryalma, well, considering his current situation, I guess it's not too strange. I've also had my pay cut in my previous life, and when I tried to petition it, they just got mad at me. That's not to say that I'm planning to save him or anything, but I can at least sympathize. After that, I finished up on the rest of the paperwork, had the explanations explained to me again, and then went back on stage for the spectators where someone suddenly called out my name. Ryalma-san. Elia. Ryalma, I looked toward the source of the voice, and there I saw Sebasu-san and Elia. They congratulated me on my victory. Thank you very much, but why are you guys here? Ryalma, we came here to invite you. If you feel like watching the tournament, how about coming to watch with us? Aaliyah, oh, I see. She's sitting in the noble seats where many rich people and nobles are. That being the case, the security must be quite tight. If so, then even if we tried to meet up, it should be a difficult task if I were to be the one to look for them. I accepted Elia's favor and watched the tournament from the noble seats. When I entered into the noble section, the other four girls congratulated me as well. After that, the next match started, so all our attentions moved toward the stage. And as usual, the arena from up top looked no different from hell. Seeing all these magical beasts lined up sure is interesting though. What's more, the noble seats are a completely different experience from the time in the morning when I was just standing. In here, I can really focus on the match. Thanks to that, time flew by quickly. I only got to watch 4 matches from the noble seats, but it was fun. After all the matches finished, we decided to have supper together. So as usual, we went to the Slime Den restaurant, but we're really sorry, but the waiting time is, owner. Waiter, we didn't have any prior reservations. I wonder if the wait is going to be long. Is something the matter? Ryalma, matter? Of course there is. I heard all about your deeds, owner. I heard you broke through the preliminaries. Everyone's already ready upstairs, you know. Waiter, what are you talking about? Ryalma, didn't you come for the victory party? Waiter, it felt like we were talking about 2 different topics, so I asked him about the details for a bit, and apparently, the researchers who came to watch my match called the people around them and prepared a victory party. So the entire second floor has apparently been reserved. Focusing my ears a bit, I do actually hear a lot of voices from the second floor. It's almost as if they were the ones who fought and won. They're as lively as those foreigners I see on TV back in my previous life who would drink in a pub and watch soccer. It can't be helped. Let's go to a different store. Ryalma-san, it's your party though. Is that all right? Aaliyah, there's no way I could peacefully eat if I went into all that ruckus. With that excuse, we left the Slime Den restaurant. The place we headed to was a restaurant in the northern part of the first city. It's the store beside the liquor store from which I buy barrels of wine from every week. Their stews are really good. After ordering some bread, stew, and 1 or 2 more items the others liked, I asked Kanan-san about the magic tool that caught my interest this afternoon. Mass-producing magic tools. Well, it's not impossible. Kanan, in order to recreate a magic tool, the original first needs to be analyzed. After finding out how the original magic is used, the magic craftsman then needs to learn the same magic, after which he'll then be able to create a magic tool just like the original. Analyzing and researching takes a lot of time though. In my house's case, we put a lot of effort on every product so we don't mass produce. But for the army and noble marketed manufacturers, they make things in bulk. Kanan, so that's how it is. As we were talking, our orders arrived. The stew and the soup are both dishes that have already been prepared in advance, so our order came quickly. When the food arrived, we changed our topic. We talked about my match instead. So, what do you think your odds are tomorrow? Michelle, there's no telling unless I get to it, but I do have a plan. Ryalma, my opponent tomorrow is that barbell reindeer. There are 3 things I need to keep an eye out for. Its horn, its electric magic, and its hooves. I can use the electric slime to deal with the electric magic. The electric slime has such high resistance against electric magic that it nullifies it, but in exchange, it's weak against physical attacks. But as long as it uses its magic, it should be fine. Moreover, my electric slime is able to use my personally created magic to defend against electric magic. It's called ground. In this magic, the practitioner covers himself in electric magic power to create a path of electricity, overwriting the trajectory of the original electric magic, allowing him to dodge it. It's a magic I happened upon when, after practicing magic perception, I realized that there was a small difference in sensing the differing attributes. I can't quite put it into words, but I was finally able to figure it out in these past 2 years. Moreover, I've also become able to sense the magic power floating in the air or in the surroundings so long as I use magic perception. And then one day, when the electric slime used its electric magic to hit against a practiced target, I coincidentally noticed that the electric attribute magic power follows a path. To give some examples, the intermediate magic thunderbolt follows a straight path until impact, whereas the elementary magic stun doesn't, but in exchange, it can't be shot. After some thinking, I wondered, wouldn't it be possible to create the same effect that electric magic power does, wherein it calls lightning via the electric potential difference? My mind on fire, I experimented for several days with my magic perception. The object of my experimentation was the electric slime, along with my personally created light bulb and vacuum tube diode. I once created a radio using a vacuum tube in my previous life, so using that knowledge, I took a metal pipe and a filament created from bamboo. I took the sticky slime's hardening liquid plank, changed its shape, and then I set it inside the pipe. Then using alchemy, I made the pipe airtight, creating myself a diode. I then let electricity pass through it to confirm my theory. When I saw the movement of electricity inside, I was able to confirm the movement of electric attribute magic power. But then again, considering the fact that the elementary magic, stun arrow, would create the shape of an arrow with electricity, this result is only natural. If anything, the bigger question should be why I didn't realize it until now. Is it because I got used to it and just accepted that it works? It seems the common sense of this world in regards to magic has also affected me. Going back to the topic, in any case, my point is that the combination of the big poison slime and the electric slime, which can defend against long-range attacks, and electric magic should prove an interesting matchup against that barbell reindeer. I talked like this with Elia and the others as we had our supper. After we finished eating, we went our separate ways. The next day, in the summer heat when the sun's rays were at their peak, the spectators' fervor burned even fiercer. The matches proceeded one after another, and when the sun was finally at its highest, my turn came. In the last match of the first round, Tilda, the unexpected tamer who brought out a slime, Ryalmatake Bayashi. Will he again in this tournament make some waves? Those words were a signal, so I went ahead and walked toward the stages, leading my 20 big poison slimes, each of which was wielding a spear upon which an electric slime was riding on. What is this crowd of slimes? They're big, a part of their body is stretching, and they even have a spear. Shocked, the host couldn't help but exclaim as his gaze turned toward the analyst. But the analyst was staring stiff at the big poison slimes, not a word leaving his lips. Seeing that, the host tried to shake the analyst awake. Analyst, snap out of it. The host tried to whisper the words, but he was using a magic tool, so his voice still resounded throughout the arena. Because of this, the spectators all noticed the oddity in the analyst's behavior. The crowd was silenced. What's going on? Analyst, hello. Alright, sorry for that. The slime participant Take Bayashi is bringing with him right now is. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, those should be the big poison slimes. At those words, all eyes gathered on me. The host didn't seem to have any knowledge on big slimes, so he asked the analyst, "So those the big poison slimes. What kind of magical beast are those?" "A higher class of slimes. It could be said to be a more advanced poison slime. Just like the portion slime from yesterday, they can be found in poisonous lands every now and then, but they don't have much difference to poison slimes in terms of their mode of life. It is said that these big poison slime have strong resistance against physical attacks, so that's how it is, Tilda. But what's really shocking isn't this. Then what is it? An audible gulp could be heard from the analyst as he prepared to drop the bomb. What's shocking is that big slimes and poison slimes should be untamable. Untamable. But how can that be? The poison slime is right here before our very yes. Moreover, they're lined up and are following participant take Bayashi. There are even 2 lines. No matter how you look at it, they have definitely been tamed. Let me revise that. It was said to be untamable. There should have been research being done on how to tame them, but there hasn't been a single successful case until now. At those words, the host finally understood the situation. With a grave voice, he slowly spoke. In other words, participant Take Bayashi has just accomplished a world-shattering feat as the big slime has, for the first time in history, been successfully tamed. And today, participant Take Bayashi will, on this very stage before the public, show us the power of the big slimes. The crowd exploded. The hype spread like fire as the crowd chanted one after another, "World first." After having calmed himself, the analyst added, although there might have been other cases that just weren't publicized, but no ears heard him. Well, this turn of events is really good for us, though. In the hype, even the host couldn't help but cheer out loud. But with the magic tool by his mouth, the resulting cheer drowned out the entire arena and everyone had to block their ears. When the echoes finally stopped, the whole arena had gone quiet. Sorry about that. I was so excited and I completely forgot about the magic tool. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the tournament has just gotten even more interesting. Now on the other corner, facing participant Take Bayashi. The host gave a few words of apology and then he went ahead and introduced my opponent. I wonder if he's still not used to the magic tool. But then again, it would have been hard for him to introduce my opponent if those cheers continued. Was it calculated? During this time, the introduction of my opponent, Padro, and his barbell reindeer continued. Darn, snap out of it me. I came here to win. After fixing my attitude, I waited for my opponent, but I couldn't see him at all. I thought he'd already entered after the host spoke, but he's nowhere to be seen. Gradually, the crowd started to noisy. According to this information we've just received, participant Padro's barbell reindeer had apparently fainted. Supposedly, it's because the barbell reindeer is from the snowy mountains, so it couldn't take the heat. What is this announcer saying? Because of participant Padro's forfeiture, participant Take Bayashi will be getting a free win. The crowd went silent. Then in the next instant, jeers filled the arena. Bullshit. Get up the stage and fight. Give me back my money, I bet on you. Well, this was unexpected, and here I was talking all confident to Elia and the others, who would have thought I'd get a free win. I even fired myself up. Following the official's command, I left the arena with the slimes. They looked disappointed too. And we even practiced our spear last night. Sigh, Ryalma, but the slimes remained silent. Sigh, just more pointless stuff. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Volume 4 Chapter 23. After I got a free win in my first match, I was given a room to wait in until my next match. I still have 2 matches to go for the day. Maybe I should have the big poison slimes and the electric slimes come out in the next match since they weren't able to come out in the last match. There aren't a lot of people participating in the match, so apparently I can go outside so long as I'm willing to go through a search again. It's a bit early, but maybe I should go out. Someone knocked on the door. Please enter. Ryalma, excuse me. Might be related to the big poison slime. I replied while being a little wary, and a man about 20 years old opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, he paused in his tracks. The room's full of slimes, so I can understand. That aside, what is he up to? If I'm not mistaken, you should be my opponent for my first match. Ryalma, yes, my name is Padro. I am truly sorry for what just happened. Padro, what is he going on about? After talking for him a bit, I found out that he came here to apologize because of all the booing in the stage. I don't really mind though. Don't mind it, after all, it's because your slave demon got sick. And besides, it's not like they said anything to me. Ryalma, the ones they were booing at were the management and Padro-san. It's not like I was a target or anything. Padro-san looked relieved when I said that, although he also looked tired. That aside, how's your side doing? Ryalma, I'm fine. Rigorous should also be able to move again after a little rest. Padro, by rigorous he probably means the reindeer. If he's already feeling well, then that's good. Padro-san mentioned he'd be leaving for home tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and when I asked him, "Isn't that a little quick?" his face darkened. From there on, Padro-san started explaining why he joined the tournament in the first place. Padro-san comes from the northernmost areas of the country, high up in the mountain ranges where the lands are always covered in snow and ice. Ice attribute magic jewels could be mined there, so despite it being remote, there's a trading network connecting their village to a lot of other villages. Padro-san works as a courier with his slave Demon, traveling to different villages all the way to the foot of the mountain. I've been working as a courier with my dad ever since I was kid, but 2 years ago after I contracted with rigorous, the area I've been covering has grown bigger, so I thought I'd try going down the mountains. Padro, so he doesn't just look young, he also thinks young, or rather, the farthest he's got to all his life was actually the base of their mountain. So you decided to go to Gimyuru? Ryalma, yes. When I heard there was going to be a Magic Beast tournament, I thought it was a good opportunity. But it was a lot hotter here than what I've heard, and my body got worse and worse ever since the preliminaries ended. This morning, I decided I couldn't continue with tournament. I've unnecessarily pushed rigorous too far. Padro, I think I heard from somewhere before that the temperature drops by 0.06 C every 100 m ascended. Since it's winter all year, the mountain might be as high as Mt. Fuji. I don't know how big the difference is, but there should be a huge difference compared to Gimyuru. Yeah, Tilda, it's definitely better for him to go home as soon as possible. But at this rate, he might faint along the way, and more than anything, he's in no condition to fight if he were to encounter some bandits or magic beasts. He's a bit reckless, but he seems to be a good person. I can't just leave him alone. Oh, I know. I took out a memo paper and pen from my luggage and wrote a request to the training facility asking for a bed and help from an ice magician. I'm in the middle of the tournament right now, so I can't help directly, but I can at least introduce him to someone who could help. As I explained that to him and handed the letter, Padro-san bowed his many times, thanking me. When he first heard I was a tamer, he had immediately thought of the ruffians of the Tamer Guild. The Tamer Guild Padro-san comes from has a completely different atmosphere from the one in Gimyuru, so he was a bit prejudiced. I asked him if it was really that different, and he said that in the Tamer Guild he comes from, no one would make fun of you just because you have a weak slave demon. Of course, there were also the guild master's policies, but it was in a remote place after all, so if you were to do something like that your life would become difficult. They had a strong sense of camaraderie. After that, an official informed me that there are some people wishing to talk about the big slimes, but I couldn't talk on just my own discretion, so I had her inform them to talk to the research facility instead. I left the arena later to pick out the slimes I will be taking with me. Then after going through the inspection again, I went back. I drank tea and sat cross-legged to focus my mind while waiting for an official to call me. My opponent this time went up the stage before me. He was a pretty boy named John, who practiced conjuration and is popularly known as the Heavenly Noble. I've also heard of him before. He only uses flying-type magical beasts. In the preliminaries, he used the C-rank bird-type magical beast, Nip Bird. This time, on top of his Nip Bird, he also has a wyvern with him. It's currently arching over him as if to protect him. I've seen wyverns before, but it's my first time seeing the Nip Bird. Its beak is sharp like a drill, and it moves like a kingfisher. It fights by rushing to its foe and piercing it with its beak. According to the analyst, it has a kind of poison in its saliva that prevents blood from coagulating. Wild nip birds apparently feast on the bled carcasses of their prey. Aside from the bleeding, there's no other effect. It's enough to use healing magic to block the wound, so as long as one takes care not to get wounded again. So it's not too hard to deal with when there's a healer. Our next participant had a free win in the first match, so who knows what kind of power he has in store for us. How will the slimes fight against the flying magical beasts of participant John? Participant Ryalma Bayashi enters, taking the 20 big poison slimes with me that I intended to showcase in the previous match, along with 10 electric slimes, 10 flame slimes, and 10 wind slimes, all of which was wrapped with an iron slime, totaling to 80 slimes all in all. I entered the stage. Our opponent this time is flying, so we'll have to focus on using magic attacks. The big poison slimes are here just in case it becomes a melee, but I doubt they'll have much of a role here. The analyst and the host grew noisy when I entered, but I already knew that they'd react to some extent considering how many slimes I have with me, so I didn't really mind. Like that, I took my position and readied myself for battle. My slimes were arranged with the magic-using slimes at the center, while the big poison slimes have them surrounded, forming a circle around them. With this, the poison slimes will become a wall, protecting the magic slimes from all direction except from above. The magic slimes are being defended by the iron slimes, so I'll just have them use magic to protect themselves from above. As the host's voice resounded throughout the arena, the time for the battle to begin neared. The wyvern of the enemy flapped the wings attached to its forelegs, blowing the wind as it hovered up in the sky. Flying beasts are limited to flying only as far as the arena goes. They're not allowed to fly over the spectators, so the place might be a bit narrow for it. I wonder if this counts as an advantage, or is too minor. Oops, the match is starting. Round 2, start. Immediately after the announcement, several nip birds flew to restrain my side. Before I could even give out commands, the big poison slimes swung their spears, but the nip birds were able to dodge and hit them. After stabbing through the big poison slimes, the nip birds returned to the sky. As for the others who tried to penetrate the magic slimes, they couldn't get past the iron slime's armor, so they also returned to the sky. The first to attack are the nip birds. Their speed is really hard to follow. They should be able to kill the slimes so long as they're able to hit their nucleus. It appears they missed this time around. Just as the analyst said, the nip birds were about to be hit by the spears, so they had to change the directions to attack. The big poison slimes were able to avoid a fatal hit by moving their nucleus inside their body, but they weren't able to counterattack. But Ryalma, a few seconds after I mumbled to myself, the nip birds that attacked the big poison slimes all suddenly lost momentum. In the next moment, they fell to the ground, one after another. What's going on? Some of the nip birds are suddenly falling. Well, yeah, because, the ones they hit just now are the big poison slimes. Ryalma, they're slimes that generate poison, so in essence, they're actually lumps of poison. Attacking them with magic or poison aside, piercing into them with your head is bound to hurt. I did order them to only use paralyzing poison beforehand though, so I don't think the birds are going to die. Gyu. Wyvern, the sound of wings being flapped resounded as the wyvern dived for the magic slimes. Immediately, I ordered the slimes to fight back with magic. Jaya. Wyvern, this time the slimes are firing fire and electric magic. Shocked, the wyvern could only retreat. Both sides seemed to be waiting for each other. Just like the portion slime in the preliminaries, it would appear that in this match there are flame slimes and electric slimes hidden. With this, even if the birds and the wyvern fly to the sky, they won't be safe. Hunting flying types from the ground with magic is a common practice amongst adventurers. Just as the analyst said, The other side is waiting for us. But if this keeps up, we'll end up glaring at each other the whole time. It can't be helped. We'll be the first to attack. I put the wind slimes that haven't attacked yet on standby as I ordered the flame slimes and the electric slimes to attack. Their targets are the wings of the nip birds and wyvern nearby. The magic slimes moved around as they shot magic, making it impossible for the enemy to figure out which slime was casting which magic. Participant Take Bayashi slimes are making a move. Magic is being shot one after another. No matter how you look at this, over 10 slimes are attacking participant Jano's magical beasts. Magic-using slimes are really rare. He did an amazing job being able to gather so much. Participant Take Bayashi is indeed worthy of admiration. Except I evolved them. For people who don't know that, they could only see the slimes as something I searched all over for. After suffering some losses, participant Jano finally made a move. The nip birds flew from all directions. From the side, from above, they surrounded the slimes completely. And in between opening of that formation, the wyvern attacked the magic slimes covered by iron slimes. An exchange of offense and defense between the wyvern and the slimes is unfolding. The nip birds are ill-matched with participant Take Bayashi slimes, but the slimes also have a hard time dealing with the nip bird's speed. There's just no telling who will win. We can just leave the nip birds alone. As for the wyvern, the slimes are hitting it with magic, but it's being careful and not attacking. It's only skillfully dodging the slime's attacks. If this keeps up, this battle will never end. The slimes will have to use up a significant amount of magic power, but it's necessary for this battle to be concluded before they run out of magic power. So I ordered the flame slimes and the wind slimes to match their timing and use their magic. The magic I want them to use is the intermediate fire magic, flame bomb, and my original wind magic, sound bomb. As for why I want them to use these two magic at the same time, that's because sound bomb can easily suppress the enemy when properly used. But it's easy to misuse, so I don't plan on spreading it. It could easily catch on, so I have to be prudent with using it. That thought grew stronger in me as I continued to use it against bandits. When I'm using it before people, I make sure to hide it behind the explosive noise of flame bomb. At my orders, one of the flame slimes used flame bomb, aiming for the wyvern up above. The wyvern tried to dodge, but the wind slime casted sound bomb at the same moment the ball of fire detonated, giving rise to a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the arena. What a powerful attack! You can tell just from the sound it makes. Participant Jano's wyvern managed to dodge the attack, but got caught up in the explosion. And what is this? The wyvern is falling. It's only falling, so it should have been able to escape the attack. But its movements are clearly odd. It might have incurred some damage in the attack just now. Good, it's a success. Participant Jano called out to the wyvern, but the wyvern couldn't move as it wanted to. Nothing letting this opportunity pass, I ordered the big poison slimes to pursue. The wyvern is frantically moving its forelegs and tail, but its movements are too wide. It can't catch the opponents like this. The big poison slimes easily dodged the wyvern's attack as they struck back with their spears. The wyvern was by nature unsuited for battle on land after all. It's a C-rank magical beast, but once it's unable to fly, it'll have a hard time even against D-rank adventurers. Exactly as the analyst said, the wyvern was now moving poorly. The big poison slimes were making full use of their flexible body. They bent down to the ground like a puddle of water. They changed their shapes and dodged the enemy wyvern's attacks. And the slimes that dodged the wyvern's attacks immediately struck back with their spears. The wyvern's scales blocked the spear, but the slimes kept hitting. Once, twice, thrice, enraged, the wyvern lashed out and broke free from the combo, but the slimes readied their spears once again. Looks like the wyvern is having a hard time. If this keeps up, the wyvern would undoubtedly lose. Will the wyvern be able to counterattack? The host's voice resounded throughout the arena, hyping the crowd, but as the slimes continued their attacks gradually, a crack started to form at the wyvern's scales. Wyvern scales were light to begin with for the sake of flight. They were not like the dragons, their scales were brittle. If they were to be hit in the same spot over and over again, the spear would eventually reach the flesh. But even then, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the wyvern. The deadlock continued for about 2 more minutes, and as everyone was focused on the movements of the wyverns, the big poison slimes and participant John, the wyvern fainted. After the spear struck at the wyvern relentlessly one after another, the poison entered the wyvern's body and eventually it fainted. When the wyvern fainted, participant Jono immediately raised his hand and resigned. Winner, Ryalmatake Bayashi. The host quickly announced my victory, and the crowd showered me with cheers. After I waved back to the crowd, I walked over to participant Jono and shook his hand. We exchanged a few words, but participant Jono was not a disagreeable pretty boy. After we shook hands, I returned to the waiting room and prepared for the next match. And then the third match came. Third round, begin. Before me were 40 ghouls and 20 wraiths. My opponent for the third round utilized a large number of undead-type magical beasts. He was the type to use his advantage in numbers to bulldoze his way to victory. I got information beforehand that he was an undead user, so I had already prepared 20 big grave slimes for him. Participant take Bayashi against an army of magical beasts 3 times his own camp. How will he get through this? How? A. Against the grave slimes, all these undead are just sitting ducks. Ghouls attack with their nails or with their teeth, melee, in other words. Wraiths, on the other hand, are immune against physical attacks. The wraiths flew over my slimes, but as soon as they did, my slimes just swallowed them. My opponent panicked and seemed to want to order them to stop, but my big grave slimes were using the attract ghost skill. The contracted ghouls didn't gather around the slimes, but it did have some effect, causing their movements to become poorer. I guess they want to gather around the slimes, but they can't because of the order, that sort of feeling. The ghouls now were no faster than zombies because of the grave slimes. That was more than enough for the big grave slimes to start hunting the ghouls. With their numbers largely reduced, my opponent panicked, and he had the B-rank magical beast, Dullahan, enter the fray, but it just had its weapons taken away from it. And then its legs, waist, torso, neck were all swallowed one-sidedly. The magical beast, Rome weapon, was mixed in with the Dullahan's weapons, and it tried to take the slimes by surprise, but it too was one-sidedly swallowed by the grave slime. The only things left were the Dullahan's unmoving armor and the few surviving wraiths that managed to run away to the sky before being swallowed. The spectators, the host, everyone was shocked. They never expected this sort of development. Suddenly, the big grave slime made a P sound as it spit out the Rome weapon. The Rome weapon was no longer able to move. At this point, my opponent just collapsed to his knees and the match ended. It's a complete domination. How far will the slime user's smooth sailing continue? Participant Take Bayashi is proceeding to the semi-finals. After collecting himself, the host announced my victory. While bathed in the cheers of the crowd, I left the stage. My opponent this time was completely shocked and didn't look like he was in the mood to shake hands, so I just left. When I got back to the waiting room, I casually mumbled. I knew I was fighting with an advantage, but who would have thought it would be this one-sided? Ryalma, when I think about it, aren't the slimes the strongest when it comes to tournaments? Getting information became a cinch after passing through the preliminaries, and the slimes themselves have such great variety. Unless my opponent hides their cards, I could just easily use the information to pick the best combination of slimes and use that to win. But am I the only one who can pull off that sort of fighting style? Well, whatever. In any case, the point is that I managed to win. With this, the tournament for today is over. Next is the semi-final tomorrow. I won't be able to have as big of an advantage as I did in the last match where I was able to take advantage of the opponent's affinity. So this last fight will be a head-on confrontation Volume 4, Chapter 24 on the morning of the third day of the Magic Beast tournament when the semi-finals and finals were to be held. We're cheering for you. Beat M in one hit. Fan 1. Do your best. Fan 2. Be careful. Fan 3. News of Ryauma's advance to the semi-final had already spread all over town. More and more people were calling out to him now, even he was just taking a walk. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. I'll be careful. Ryauma, as Ryauma honestly replied, he left the first town. He entered the second town while eating his skewered meat. Then with his dimension magic, he teleported to the service entrance of the arena. One by one, he brought out of his dimension home 5 king sticky slimes. He also took out a poison slime and a medicine slime. I'll be relying on you guys today. Ryauma caressed each and every one of his slimes as he said that. After that, he called out to the official inside the service entrance. Good morning. Ryauma, good morning. Take Bayashi-sama. Please put on a good show for us today as well. Official, I'll do my best. Will you be searching me? Ryauma, I'll call the person in charge, so please wait for a moment. Official, as the official went inside, Ryauma caressed his slimes and waited. While he was waiting, Ryauma suddenly noticed a particular man entering through the service entrance. An annoying one came. That man was none other than the Tamer Guild's top senior, although it was only on paper Matthew. Your Matthew, good morning, branch head Matthew. Ryauma Matthew gritted his teeth when he saw Ryauma, but Ryauma continued to act civil on the outside. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Matthew weakly spoke. So even a bastard like you managed to get through the main tournament. Matthew, fortunately. Speaking of which, I hear you've been busy lately. Is everything all right at work? Ryauma, I'm taking a break. Matthew. Ryauma quickly changed his way of thinking when he saw Matthew since, after all, it wasn't strange to meet him here. Instead, he wanted to ask him why he would show up in the tournament, but before he could, Matthew overreacted when Ryauma mentioned him being busy at work. That topic was apparently a taboo for Matthew right now. I see. Ryauma, it's not like Ryauma was really that interested, so he just left it alone. Silence continued on again for some time, but before long, Matthew started grumbling as if he was cursing someone or something. Annoying. When I think about it, I've gotten this far, what assistant? If I don't win, I won't have anything left. Matthew, him grumbling like that coupled with how dark the service entrance is sure makes for a creepy atmosphere. And what does he mean by, if I don't win I won't have anything left? The winning prize is only enough to cover some living expenses, right? Did he do something desperate? Inside that unfavorable atmosphere, Ryauma looked up ahead, praying for the official to come faster. And as luck would have it, perhaps his prayer did have some effect, as the official came not long aft. Sorry for the wait. Official, please take care of us. Ryauma, then let's begin. Official, having felt the dangerous atmosphere, the official quickly searched Ryauma. After confirming that Ryauma didn't have any magic tools on him, he ordered another official to lead Ryauma to a waiting room. Now then. Ryauma, after having been brought to the waiting room, Ryauma first placed his poison slime and medicine slime above the desk. Before the slimes were the dishes upon which the light meals meant as service for the participants of the tournament were. How is it? Ryauma, the poison slime and the medicine slime didn't react. So there's no poison in the food then. Good. Then next is the water. Ryauma is using the poison slime to test for poison, and his medicine slime to test for medicine. One of the two slimes will react if there's any mixed in. As Ryauma was having the slimes test for poison and medicine, Ryauma checked the room for anything suspicious. Ryauma decided to do this mildly because of 3 reasons. First, because of the reveal of the big slime yesterday. 2. Because he reached the semi-finals. And 3. Because Matthew was participating. Ryalma was also keeping a watchful eye on the officials. After he and the slimes finished their respective searches, Ryalma was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. There were no poisons or anything out of the ordinary. So the schedule for today first is the semi-finals, after which is rest and if needed treatment for the beasts. Then there's the exhibition match until the afternoon where the participants and their magical beasts fight against other magical beasts. And right, there's also the deciding match for the third place. Then after all of that is the finals. Ryalma checked the movements of his king sticky slimes as he waited for match time. When the official called him, he left the waiting room and went toward the stage. The long-awaited match is finally here. This stage's very first Magic Beast tournament has already reached the semi-finals. After fighting beast after beast to come out on top, 4 names have come before us. 2 out of those 4 are here with us at this very moment. And only one of them will receive the right to battle for the tournament's peak. The host hyped up the crowd, leading 5 ogres, each and every one of them equipped with excellent weapon and armor, and a strict fighting style like that of the army. This great man who secured victory after victory is none other than participant Rudeman. Wah! The crowd cheered as a man bulging with muscles like a bodybuilder walked up the arena, leading several ogres. On the other corner, the dark horse of the tournament, who used slimes to secure match after match, even showing us a complete and utter domination of a match in the 3rd round of the main tournament, overturning everyone's expectations. I present to you the 14-year-old participant, Ryalma Bayashi. Crowd just like the cheers for Rudeman. The stage shook at the sound of Ryalma's name. Ryalma walked up to the stage, leading 5 king sticky slimes and a poison slime and medicine slime on each of his shoulder. Up the stage, the 2 participants quietly faced each other. They sent their magical beasts forward at almost the same time. Participant Rudeman's 5 ogres that he hasn't changed once seemed to be oozing with power. Ogres are human-shaped, so terrible to equip weapons and armor. It's undoubtedly a strong advantage. At the analyst's words, most of the spectators looked at the ogres. Great sword, hammer, tower, shield. All of their equipment would be heavy if they were human, but with the strong arms of the ogres, they could carry these like one-handed swords or small shields. Of course, the attacking power is a given. And although they aren't outfitted with full-body armors, most likely to keep their movement and vision unhindered, they have more than enough defense. Coupled with participant Rudeman's leadership, it's no wonder they've managed to win all this time. Moreover, the tower shield the ogres have equipped are magic tools. They can defend against magic so long as there's magic power remaining in the embedded magic jewel. It's because of these shields that Ryalma didn't bring any of his magic slimes. With these shields around, any slime not suited for a melee would be nothing but a sitting duck. As for participant Bayashi, he is using slimes as usual, but he seems to be changing the variety every battle. The weapon as well. In the 2nd match, he used spears. In the 3rd match, they were barehanded, and this time around they seem to be using staves. Staves for slimes. With just this I can't see how he could possibly win. But it's participant Bayashi and his slimes after all, so he'll definitely give us a surprise. From the numbers alone, they're equal, but as for exactly what kind of match we will see today, sit tight and watch. After confirming that the 2 participants were ready, semifinals start. At those words, the ogres that were lined up raised their shields and advanced forward. The ogres only have a little space in between them as room for their attacks. They skillfully kept their distance to cover each other, not even a single one of them going out of line. Facing them, Ryalma's king sticky slimes were lined up like the character V. Participant Bayashi's slimes are on the alert, but participant Rudman's ogres are steadily closing the distance. The ogres moved slowly but steadily. They gradually closed in on the slimes. There were no fierce movements. The arena was quiet as the audience watched over the two sides, and then the ogre passed the center of the arena, the two sides now a step away from each other's range. Now, the moment an ogre took that step, Ryalma ordered his slimes to surround the ogres. Just as the ogre was about to attack the slimes suddenly moved. The ogre chased after them with its eyes, but the moment the ogre lost its focus due to the slimes trying to surround them, the remaining slimes attacked. But the remaining ogres blocked the slimes' attempt. There is a gap between the mobility of the ogres and the slimes. Because of that, Ryalma is having his slimes fight by luring the opponent and attacking the moment the opponent is about to attack. It was a battle plan that had a king sticky slime attack an ogre showing its flank or an ogre covering for one of its own. When the weapons were drawn, the arena underwent a heaven-revolving change. The spectators' cheers resounded throughout the arena. Dodge, dodge, dodge. The 5 slimes are dodging the fierce attacks of the ogre while attacking at every opening. But unfortunately, the slimes just don't have enough power. At the left edge ogre's line, the ogre struck with its hammer against the slime, but the slime twisted its body clockwise, dodging the hammer strike by a hair's breadth, causing the ogre's hammer to land on its own defenseless knees. Although the ogre grimaced, it didn't break posture. The slime made the ogre aim for its knees because it was defenseless, but as expected, just once isn't enough to deal a winning blow. There's no other way but to fight an upfront battle. Fortunately, the slimes have the upper hand in skill, so they're able to fight one-on-one against the ogres. This time an ogre swung the great sword it had in its right hand. It tried to send a slime flying, but at that instant, the slime raised its stick up and dodged the sword. Its body turned into a shape similar to that of a horse's hooves as it stretched out a tentacle from its left side and grabbed the sword. Then, without letting go, it swung its stick down against the ogre. The ogre pulled its body, trying to dodge the attack, but the king sticky slime spit sticky slime on it, so it had no choice but to bring its shield up. What was that just now? Something just came out of the slime. That was probably the slime's sticky liquid. Slimes can generate poison, acid, or some other substance depending on the variety. It's nothing special. But with this, we finally have a slime acting like a slime. A slime that coats weapons in toxicants. No, to begin with, the fact that they're using weapons is already plenty strange. As the analysts started to digress, the match continued. It's been equal so far, now what MN? Suddenly, the ogre's movements changed. The ogres that have been maintaining their distance until now gradually spread. It's slight, but the gap from in front has widened. They're slowly splitting up. It doesn't seem like they're doing it unconsciously, so they must have a plan of some sort. It might be best if I assume they're trying to lure us in. During training, Ryalma would instruct his slimes on what formation to use and the timing to go with it, but after that, he would just let them train by themselves. Because of this, they've grown such that Ryalma doesn't have to order them on every single detail. Because of that, Ryalma was able to keep a watchful eye on the enemy, allowing him to immediately notice the slight change in their movements. Ryalma focused his mind and informed the slimes that the opening the ogres were showing was dangerous. Although he couldn't predict what they were planning with this, the slimes could at least exercise caution. But a few seconds later, at the center of the 5 slimes, the king sticky slime that was fighting closest to that gap was forced to dodge toward that dangerous spot. At that instant, the ogre to the left of the slime bashed its tower shield against its nucleus. At the same time, the ogre to the right also bashed its shield against the slime. The 2 ogres are trying to crush the slime's nucleus. Dodge it. As soon as Ryalma ordered that, the body of the slime scattered. The sound of water scattering and the sound of two metal shields clanging, shortly followed by a staff falling to the ground, resounded Volume 4, Chapter 25. What's this? Participant Take Bayashi's slime was crushed by the two ogres' shields. Is it all right? Just as the host said, the two ogres crushed the King Sticky slime, but safe. The King Sticky slime was able to get away safely. The slime was narrowly able to escape death. Its body was crushed, but its nucleus was able to dodge through the gaps of the two shields. Slimes were originally weak creatures. Because of this, their ability to sense danger came to become greater than that of humans or other magical beasts. Unfortunately, normal slimes were so weak that despite their ability to sense coming, they still failed to run away as they were just too slow. But Ryalma's slimes were an exception, and they were much faster than wild slimes. Ryalma's King Sticky slimes were not strong, but they were extremely proficient at dodging and defending. With their exceptional ability to sense danger coupled with their heightened mobility, these King Sticky slimes are able to escape even from the most perilous of situations. But that's not all. Just as the saying, "Chance appears in the peak of danger" goes, the situation took an earth-shattering change as the match turned favorable for Ryalma. Let go. Rudman, something seems to be off. Participant Rudman is actually giving orders out loud. Just like Ryalma, Rudman usually only gave orders through telepathy, so usually no one else hears him give commands. The number of times Rudman has ordered out loud could be counted by hand. Seeing Rudman order out loud, the host couldn't help but become curious. But just as Rudman's ogres tried to release the slimes, Goo, Ogre Ooga, Ogre W, what's going on? The two ogres aren't following orders. No, that's not it. They can't let go. The two ogre slimes that tried to crush the King Sticky slimes in between their shields had their shields covered by the King Sticky slime's body. Because of that, even their hands were bathed in the King Sticky slime's bodily liquids. Suddenly, the two ogres realized they could no longer let go of the shield. They tried to pull, but no matter how hard they tried, the shield wouldn't budge away. In their attempts, the painful sensation of skin being torn off jolted through their bodies. It's probably because of the sticky slime's sticky liquid stickiness. Once a sticky slime evolves into a big slime, the effect of its sticky liquid will also increase. I don't know why it's this effective though. Ryalma's slime wasn't a big slime, but a king slime. Of course, its sticky liquid would be even stickier. That's precisely why the situation became like this. For these two ogres to be completely unable to tug away the shields, if the sticky slime weren't a king slime, such a thing couldn't be possible. That's enough, come back. At Ryalma's order, the sticky slime that was clinging to the ogres took advantage of the commotion and picked up the staff on the ground. What's this? Participant Ryalma's slime that everyone thought was crushed has come back to life. The nucleus jut out under the two shields and was hidden by the ogre's body, so it was difficult for the crowd to see. The opponent figured it out much quicker than I expected though, as expected of a semi-finalist. But with this, although the two ogres won't go down just yet, we've at least greatly reduced their fighting strength. As soon as the slime picked up the staff, it resolutely attacked the two ogres. The ogres tried to resist, but the slime was the only one attacking. But that was a given. After all, one of their hands was completely sealed. With their movements sealed like that, they were in no condition to fight. Moreover, when the King Sticky slime picked up its staff, it also stretched for the gap between the two shields and forcefully pulled away their weapon. So on top of being stuck, they were also empty-handed. Suddenly, Rudman's voice echoed. Those two ogres are retiring. Rudman Ryalma stopped his slime's attack on the two ogres, and then he ordered it to meet up with the rest of the slimes still fighting. Participant Rudman has retired two of his slave demons from the battle. They've also been covering for the other ogres, so with this battle might just turn into a defensive match. Was the analyst truly able to discern Rudman's plans? The unrelenting flurry of Rudman's ogres said otherwise. It's hard to read their movement. We should prioritize evading their attacks. Endure. Although Ryoma ordered that, it's not as if the ogres became faster or stronger. They've just changed from moving like trained soldiers to randomly picking whatever they can lay their hands on and attacking the slimes. But that's precisely why ogres are beasts. There was no strategy this. This was a mindless and unadulterated battle of strength. Participant Rudman's ogres are really going at it. Their numbers have gone down after all. They're not bothering to defend any more with them, resolved to go on an all-out attack. Participant Rudman has taken the lead. The ogres attack, while the slimes defend. The two sides are locked in a stalemate. Looks like this'll be a long match. Although the attacks of the ogres also hit from time to time, the slimes were able to protect their staves and nucleus. The king's sticky slimes were able to dodge the ferocious attacks of the ogres with the evasiveness and defense they take so much pride in. 5 minutes passed with that deadlock continuing. The match isn't moving, huh? It's only a little, but the slimes are attacking. After continuing to persist, the ogres' fierce attacks finally exhausted them and a small opening was made. The slimes aimed for that opening, and gradually they were able to hit back. 10 more minutes passed. The ogres are slowing down. Are they exhausted? The ogre's breath was ragged. They also handled their weapons relatively poorly now compared to when the match just started. No matter how strong ogres are, if they keep up that sort of rush for 15 minutes, it's only a given that they'd tire out. Rudman must have wanted to avoid a drawn-out battle in fear of the possible openings, so he tried to go for a quick win. But that rush backfired instead. Rushes like that can't last long. Short battles and long battles have their own respective fighting styles. If ogres could go at full power for 15 minutes without getting tired, then they would already be ranked magical beasts. Compared to the ogres, the slimes don't look one bit tired. Their attacks are getting fiercer. At this rate, who knows who'll win? In a battle of endurance, slimes have the advantage. With the ogres slower, the staves of the slimes were of course able to land. The attack behind each one might not be much, but after receiving blow after blow in one part, even the ogre's body won't be able to help but swell. Especially the lower body and the fingers of the hands holding their equipment, as they're relatively easier to aim because of their movements and the close-up battle. This is another reason why the ogre's movements have gotten worse. From here on, the ones on the offensive are the slimes. The flow of the match has changed. The 3 ogres have stopped moving. The slimes are attacking them with 2 pairs, picking on 2 of the ogres and another soloing one. They are fighting against this enemy with a body visibly stronger than theirs, without taking even a single step back. Ryoma spurred the slimes on as the ogres had no choice but to defend. They tried to fight back, but they couldn't catch the slimes, who just hit back with their own staves. Gah! Ogre in the midst of the slime's relentless attack, one of the ogres bellowed out a howl as it swung its great sword diagonally down to the right. The slime dodged that sword's point, entered right to the ogre's feet, and swung its own staff opposite the direction of the great sword, swinging it diagonally down to the left, accurately landing on the ogre's right wrist. At impact, the staff bent, and the slime rebounded the staff upright, crashing it into the ogre's chin and sending the ogre's head back. But the slime did not stop its rush just yet. After hitting the ogre's chin, the slime lifted the opposite side of the staff and thrusted it diagonally up. Because of the difference in stature and the angle, the staff sunk into the armor by the waist, piercing right at the ogre's groin. Gwa! Ogre, the ogre who just had his chin hit, suddenly screamed and squatted right there and there. The males of the crowd that had been watching from start to finish all grimaced and held their crotch as they empathized, but even then, the slime did not relent. The slime that had just cruelly struck at the ogre's crotch went for the finishing blow. Aiming for the back of the head of the squatting ogre, The slime vigorously attacked as it landed a jumping strike. The ogre no longer had the strength, but it still weakly flailed its now empty hands. After a magnificent 4-hit combo, an ogre has fallen. Hitting the weakness of a human-shaped magical beast, how terrifying. Sorry to the ogre, but the slimes are just too weak. There's no other choice but to go for the fatal spots. After a few seconds' pause, one of the two pairs of slimes fighting against an ogre made their move. The ogre moved toward one of the two slimes coming at it. It swung its hammer on its right. But the moment it tried to, the ogre's elbow was pierced by one of the slime's staff. The ogre screamed and the hammer fell behind the ogre. What's this? The ogre seems to have dropped its weapon. The ogre is trying to pick it up, but its arms don't seem to be working right as it can't properly hold the hammer. It just keeps dropping it. What the slime staff hit was none other than the upper condyle of the humerus in the elbow. When this location is hit, the nerves will be pressured and paralysis will occur. Because of that, the ogre couldn't properly hold the weapon it dropped. This is a bit off topic, but because the sticky slime was weak and couldn't properly fight against magical beasts with strong bodies, Ryama focused on training them to fight against humans. Because of this, the sticky slimes are the best choice against human-shaped magical beasts. This is the main reason why Ryama chose to roll with them against the ogres. Going back to the main topic. As for the remaining two ogres, while one was weaponless, the other was already full of scars. Its knees were shaking, its movements were dull, but even then it didn't lose its resolve. It kept swinging its great sword. The moment it took a stance with its sword on the side, aiming for the two slime staves, the slimes made their move. The two slimes pierced their staff into the ground and jumped like a pole vault athlete would. In that moment the ogre swept with its great sword. The staves are going to be cut, is what anyone would think upon seeing that sight, but the staves weren't cut. They jumped. At the staves' peak, the slimes jumped, their tentacles stretched, and they retrieved their staves as they fluttered about in midair. Seeing that, the crowd was left speechless. Of course, the enemy ogre couldn't have possibly predicted that. The ogre stared dumbfounded at the two slimes. As the two slimes fell, they used all of their strength along with all of their weight to land a full-powered blow against the ogre's head. Like a marionette whose strings had been cut, the ogre fell to the ground. Against all odds. The one who fell was none other than the ogre. Now, only one remains. At the slime's gaudy victory and the host's hyping, commentators and spectators alike grew endlessly excited. The 5 slimes all gathered around the only remaining orc, the orc that lost its weapon. The paralysis of its arm gone, the ogre properly picked back up its hammer. But at this moment, Rudman raised his hands and loudly said, "We lost." Rudman the host immediately accepted Rudman's resignation as he announced Ryama the winner. At the end of the match, the crowd applauded both Rudman and Ryama. "Thank you, it was a good mock." Rudman, "Same here, thank you very much." Ryama, after Rudman spoke a few words to Ryama, he quietly left the stage. As Ryama watched Rudman's back, Ryama wordlessly returned. But 10 minutes later, the tournament staff asked Ryama if he could remove the sticky liquid on the weapons and shields. So Ryama ended up meeting Rudman a second time. Volume 4 Chapter 26. The match ended, and the exhibition match was in full throttle. After Ryama finished removing the sticky slimes from Rudman's ogres, he quickly went back to his waiting room and ate as he thought to himself, "I thought it might be possible when I met him this morning. No, actually, I've thought of it ever since I won the preliminaries not sign. That as long as I keep winning I might end up meeting Matthew along the way, but who would have thought I'd actually have to fight him in the finals? To be honest, I didn't think he would be able to remain in the tournament for this long. He put on a lot of airs in the past, but he didn't really give off a strong image. But then again, there are also people who are weak but have strong magical beasts. And it's a fact that Matthew got through all of his matches so far, so I might be been underestimating him. Right. In the next match, I'll have the slime I can show in public fight as hard as possible. The slime also has good compatibility with the opponent, so there should be no problem. Ryoma around the time Ryoma resolved himself. The man at which that spear was aimed at was currently. Just one more win, and I'll be able to recover. Matthew he was assigned a waiting room just as Ryoma was. After eating his meal, he quietly mumbled to himself, caressing his left shoulder with his right hand repeatedly as he sat on a chair. The image of him mumbling and caressing like that resembled nothing like a tamer guild branch's guildmaster. Of course, he was actually only the big man in name and wasn't actually the one in charge, but let's just put that aside. Besides, being on paper meant that he wasn't actually that far off from the top seat. But what Ryoma doesn't know is that Matthew had actually already received a notice of dismissal. 1 week later, Matthew would officially lose his position. Matthew entered this tournament to gain fame and wealth. If he could attain the prestige of the Magic Beast Tournament's champion, his personal worth would increase. If so, then with enough luck, he might just be able to keep his status. It was the desperate hope of a man in dire straits. As for the alternative of turning over to a new leaf and starting anew, he did not think of it. In fact, he probably doesn't even have anything else on mind except for chasing after his status. Meanwhile, the finals were drawing ever closer. The exhibition match and the deciding match of the third place left the spectators lifeless as they eagerly waited for the finals. Amongst the eager crowd within the noble seats was one of the groups cheering Ryoma. It was Elia and the others. It's finally the final match. Conan, it sure feels strange watching someone you know make it to the finals. Michelle, I didn't do anything, yet I still feel so proud. Riera, but still, who would have thought that Ryomahan would actually make it to the finals with just his slimes? How frightening. Miyabi, it's just as usual though. Elia, it is exactly as the Ajao-sama said. Ryoma-sama is always exceeding our expectations. Sebasu-san, who has visited Ryoma several times since parting 3 years ago, and has personally seen his research and experiments that were either based on his previous life's memories or things he'd thought up, heartily talked about Ryoma. The 5 girls wryly smiled when they heard Sebasu talk like that. But then suddenly, the trumpet sounded, and everyone's attention were gathered onto the stage. The resound of trumpets indicated the beginning of the finals. The extravagant, heroic performance lasted for a short 30 minutes, after which the announcer spoke. For our final match in this tournament, the first man to enter is none other than the very guild master of this town's Tamer Guild branch, Matthew Ganton. At the announcer's call, Matthew entered the arena with his magical beast from the entrance below Elia and the other's seat. He had 12 beasts all in all, 11 of which resembled the raptors inhabiting the great forest of Shurus. From a glance, it didn't look much different from a small carnivorous dinosaur, but its whole body was bigger than a raptor. Its jaws and legs were more developed, and in between its claws were membranes, drawing its limbs, webbed. As for the last remaining beast, it was a giant over 2 meters tall, possessing a rock-like carapace and shears. It was a giant crab. When Ryoma saw Matthew going up the stage, he thought to himself, did he always have a name like that? Then again, I think he might have said something like that when we were registering. Ryoma was more interested in Matthew's family name than his magical beasts. Participant Matthew's magical beasts include 11 river raptors and 1 river crab. Can we get a quick explanation of these magical beasts? Yes, of course. The river raptor is a C-rank magical beast. It looks similar to the D-ranked raptor, but it has an air sac by its neck and webbed limbs. It's a magical beast that can move even in water. It generally lives around large rivers. The river crab similarly also lives near large rivers, but in exchange for its lack of mobility, It possesses a hard carapace and a pair of strong claws. River crabs that have lived for a long time can also use water magic. Since it can use magic, it must also be B rank then. After Matthew's entrance ended, it was Ryauma's turn to enter, but suddenly, the audience stiffened. Oh, what entered was not Ryauma, but a lone slime. Only that slime was so big it filled the entrance, and it seemed like it had to forcefully push itself out just to get out. But what's more is that not all of its body was out just yet. Of course, the spectators knew that that slime was Ryauma's magical beast, but no one knew what kind of slime could possibly be so big that it would fill the entire entrance. No one except for Ryauma's friend Sebasu. So he's bringing out that slime. Sebasu, it's big, very big, Aaliyah, that's the Emperor Scavenger slime. Sebasu, isn't that too big? Kanan, the Emperor Scavenger slime is the combination of 10,000 slimes. Its special trait is its overwhelming size. It's a league bigger than the King variation, and even its nucleus has a diameter of 60 centimeters. Ryauma tried a lot of things, but despite all his effort, he couldn't get the Emperor Scavenger slime smaller than a ball with a radius of 3 m. Moreover, today was a time to battle, so rather than make the slime small, Ryauma made it a little bigger, and because of that it ended up filling the entrance. After the slime was finally able to get through, Ryauma appeared. Participant Takebayashi has entered the stage. If you don't think you can see him, look above the giant slime. That man riding is none other than participant Takebayashi. Ryauma had ordered the slime to take care not to crush the official that signaled for him to enter, so Ryauma only went up after confirming the official's safety. As for why he's riding the slime, there's not much reason behind it. He just thought it'd look good, so that's what he did. After entering, Ryauma ordered his slime, and the slime immediately depressed the part Ryauma was sitting on, throwing Ryauma high up through its elasticity. It was as if Ryauma had jumped on a trampoline. All eyes gathered on Ryauma. Some imagined Ryauma falling, giving rise to voices of shock and surprise, but telekinesis, as Ryauma was falling. He casted telekinesis on himself to soften the fall, and he landed safely without even a sound. What a gaudy entrance! A spectacular landing that took advantage of the neutral magic telekinesis. This seems to be the same technique taught by the Dragon Guild to its members to ensure safe descent when falling while in mid-flight. But putting that aside, what's really worthy of attention is that giant slime. According to information we've just received, this slime is apparently known as the Emperor Scavenger slime, a new variation. A new variation. Another unusual sight. What kind of slime is it? Unfortunately, I'm not privy to the details. After all, it is a new variation, however. As a magical beast, its rank should be anywhere from C to B. A normal slime is G rank, a big slime is F, and a huge slime is E. Each size change increases their rank, so a king slime is D naturally. The 10,000 slime, Emperor slime, despite not having been discovered before yet, would be a C rank. If the slime is a higher type, then it would go up by another rank. No matter how favorable one ranks the slime, it would still stay within the B rank, so it won't go past the tournament limits. So that's how it is. Still, participant Ryauma sure has brought out another interesting one, huh? I wonder just how exactly he is able to acquire all these. As far as I know, he is the only one who's been able to gather these many slimes. For him to go this far, I wonder just what exactly his purpose is. According to talks around town, participant Takebayashi apparently has a cannonball rhino, a powerful B-ranked magical beast. Yet he has won all this time without relying on that cannonball rhino once. The two commentators were filled with a mix of admiration and astonishment, while Ryauma felt a bit shy as he quietly caressed his Emperor Scavenger slime's big body. This is off topic, but before Ryauma got 10,000 scavengers, He actually wondered whether to call the next slime after King God. But because of the strong faith of the people of this world, a problem might occur if he were to do so, so the god stopped Ryalma. Naturally, after finding out the possible repercussions, Ryalma thanked the gods. Going back to the topic, Ryalma and Matthew sent their respective slave demons forward. Matthew positioned his river crab right in front of him, beside which he then positioned the 11 river raptors. After he finished positioning them, he looked up and glared at Ryalma's emperor scavenger slime as well as Ryalma, who was hidden behind, and had his eyes closed. The reason Ryalma's eyes were closed was because the emperor scavenger slime was too big. Ryalma couldn't see in front of him, so he decided to abandon his sight and just rely on his magic perception to ascertain the enemy's position. The two participants are ready. It feels like it's been so long, but not much time has actually passed. Now, for the final match of this tournament, to whom will the goddess of victory smile? Final match start. Immediately, the group of river raptors split into 2 groups of 6 and 5 as they surrounded the emperor scavenger slime. The river raptors ran in 2 circles, one inner that ran clockwise and another outer that ran counterclockwise. The river raptors ran like that without stopping once. Looks like they're already using it. This is the method a group of river raptors would use when hunting a single large prey. They surround their prey, confuse their eyes, and then attack from behind. River raptors possess explosive leg strength which come from their activities underwater. When this method is coupled with that leg strength of theirs, even adventurers have no choice but to be beaten to death. Frightening. What frightening power. But doesn't it seem like the river raptors are at a loss? The river raptors are running around the slime, but they're not attacking. As for Ryalma and the slime, they're just waiting for the opponent to make a move. The scavenger's fighting style focuses on the use throwing techniques, so it's easier for it to fight when the aggressor is the enemy. Aren't the river raptors just being cautious? It might only be a slime, but it's managed to get to the finals, so it must be strong. Moreover, the slime is also bigger, and it's also a new variation, so there is currently no information available regarding it. It wouldn't be strange at all for participant Matthew to send out an order like that. So that's how it is. And here I thought the river raptors were at a loss at what to do. At the host's joking words, laughter filled the arena. While commentator and spectators alike were laughing, the battle between the river raptors and the slime continued. Volume 4, Chapter 27. A minute passed since the slime was surrounded. Just as people were starting to wonder when the fighting would start, Matthew's river crab casted a water ball. At the same time, the 2 river raptors that were right in between Ryalma and his slime lifted their forelegs and thrusted with their claws. The emperor scavenger slime did not dodge the water ball. It used its body and received the attack head-on, causing it to move back a bit. Then it stretched out its tentacles and grabbed at the limbs of the incoming river raptors. The moment the river raptors were about to thrust their claws, the part of the tentacles that would touch the claws depressed, and the tentacles grabbed at the claws and the heads of the river raptors. The river raptors were made to slide to the tentacles, upon which the volume of the tentacles suddenly increased. When it did, the tentacles swelled, and coupled with their elasticity, the tentacles lifted up the river raptors. The whole thing looked as if the slime went under the river raptors. With the slime's nimble movements, the 2 river raptors had their limbs caught before they could dodge, and immediately after they were thrown high up above the slime's giant body. The preemptive attack from the river crab's magic was not effective. Moreover, the 2 raptors have been thrown. This is, what comes up must come down. That's an unchangeable truth. As the river raptors fell, the slime pulled the legs of the 2 falling river raptors, and it threw them against the river raptors running around it. River Raptor 1, Jaya Jaya, River Raptor 2, River Raptor 3, River Raptor 4, it threw them. The raptors where the other raptors were thrown to manage to run away, but the river raptors that were thrown crashed into the ground. Fortunately, they were able to immediately stand back up, but there's no doubt they took some damage. The river raptors are plenty durable, so they won't retire just yet. But that's definitely not an attack they can take a second time. As the crowd grew loud, Matthew's face turned ugly. Immediately, Matthew ordered the river raptors, and 5 of them came jumping while the other 6 thrusted at the slime. Did you think that if you increase the number we won't be able to defend? Just as the slime did a while ago, it grabbed one of the river raptors by the leg. Now, if the surface of the slime that was facing Matthew was the front, and the surface of the slime facing Ryalma was the back, then it could be said that it was from the front that river raptor attacked. At the same time, 3 other raptors jumped from the back. Just like the slime did before, it threw the river raptor coming in from in front. And because at that moment the other river raptors were jumping, they weren't able to escape like they did a while ago. The river raptor that was thrown fiercely crashed into one of the river raptors that jumped, and then fell to the ground. No matter how agile river raptors were on land, they couldn't change their direction while in midair. But the river raptors' attack wasn't about to end with just this. The river raptors all attacked at the same time, but their attack had no effect. In fact, one of the river raptors was thrown, and it fell to the ground. The slime tripped the river raptors coming in to thrust at it with their claws, while it positioned its tentacles to where the jumping river raptors would land. After the river raptors that jumped landed, the slime scooped them up and threw them. But this was different from when the slime threw the raptors from a high place. With this method, the damage was much lower, and the river raptors were able to immediately pick themselves back up and attack. But the river raptors were still being led around by the slime, and that very scene was reflected on the eyes of all spectators. That pissed Matthew off. As Matthew's face went red, he ordered his slave demons to stop attacking and distance themselves. The river crab that was waiting at the back summoned up a huge amount of water enough to be thought of, a river. It manipulated that large volume of water in the air. What is that magic? It doesn't have the same vigor as the advanced magic waterfall. There's a lot of water, but it only seems like it's generating lots of water and manipulating it. It doesn't really look like it's about to attack. The flow of magic power is also too quiet for an attack. Is this the special water magic of a river crab? Magical beasts sometimes have strange ways of using magic that have strange effects compared to people, so I can't look down on it, but amen. Ah, I get it. As Ryalma inferred what the river crab's aim was from its movement, the river crab covered the giant body of the slime with the water it summoned, creating a room about 2 m thick. After which, the river raptors started jumping in. What is that? The river crab created a room made out of water to allow the river raptors to be able to fight at their peak. River crabs can drown their prey with their water magic. They specialize at controlling large volumes of water. For humans and magical beasts that need to breathe, not being able to escape that would prove to be fatal. Fortunately, slimes didn't need to worry about suffocating, though their movement would still be hindered. Compared to that, the river raptor was now in their home court. Aside from having barely any differences in speed when on land here, the river raptors would also be able to attack in ways that they couldn't on land. As Matthew continued to give orders, the river raptors swam as they pleased within the water room as they aimed for the slime's nucleus. Water splashed out as the river raptors and the slime inside moved, flooding the surrounding area. Ryalma in particular was given quite a shower, and he looked like someone who had been running in the rain. But Ryalma wasn't concerned with that. He kept his focus at the match on hand. As expected, the slime is moving slower underwater. It doesn't look like they'll let us get out either, and even if we could, I'd rather do something about that crab first. The slime won't suffocate and they won't be able to reach the nucleus, so what the river raptors had were not gills, but air sacs. So Ryalma wondered, wouldn't they drown if those run out of air? As Ryalma ordered the slime tried to catch the river raptors, but they managed to barely slip away every time. Let's go with brute force then. As Ryalma gave out the next order, the Emperor Scavenger Slime's giant body suddenly shook. In the next moment, all the tentacles returned to the slime's body, and the slime stopped attacking. The water room gradually thinned, but as the river crab added more water, the room grew thick again. However, if the river crab were to stop adding water, the volume would once again decrease. It would appear that the slime is drinking the water. Just as the analyst said, the Emperor Scavenger Slime was allowing the water to pass through its defenses to allow it to drink up the surrounding water and get rid of the water room. But the speed of the Emperor Scavenger Slime drinking and the river crab adding water looked to be equal. The Emperor Scavenger Slime continued to drink like that while protecting its nucleus for some time. 5 minutes later, the water the river crab was generating finally slowed, and the water room was growing thinner and thinner. Matthew ordered the river crab to release more water, but no matter how much he ordered the river crab, the volume of water added couldn't increase. I wonder why. It's most likely running out of magic power. Even magical beasts can't use magic without magic power. 10 seconds later, the analyst's conjecture was proven right, and the river crab had no choice but to stop generating water. The water membrane still covered the slime, but there were already holes in it, causing the water to overflow to the ground. The river crab has clearly reached its limit. Seeing that, Matthew spat out loud as he raised his hands. Damn it, so annoying. Participant Matthew has raised his hand. That's the sign for bringing in another magical beast. Can this new contender change the flow of the match? It's the finals, so I thought he'd laid down all his cards already. Does he still have a card to play? I wonder what's going to come. I don't have any info about this at all. Matthew raised his right arm up to his shoulder and chanted. Matthew was a conjurer, so he used conjuration to summon his beasts. After a flash of light, a giant appeared. Though TT resembled a human in shape, it was obviously not a human. Huge. It's even bigger than the Emperor Scavenger Slime. See, could this be? When the giant appeared on stage, everyone including Ryalma was shocked. But that wasn't surprising. After all, a giant just appeared. It stood almost 5 m tall. Its limbs were thick like the pillars of a building. On its right hand was a handle that was almost like a tree. It was a bundle of rocks fastened by the vines wrapped around it. It was bigger than even an adult's height. At the end of the bundle of rocks was an axe on one side and something that looked like a pickaxe on the other side. The weapon looked crudely made, too crude for a human to have made it. Perhaps that giant might have enough knowledge to make a weapon out of stone, but those 4 bloodlusted eyes of it said otherwise, for not even a sliver of reason could be seen in them. It's huge. Analyst, please. The host and the spectators were all focused on the magical beast, but as the analyst was about to explain, the color of his face and his voice went stiff. This magical beast is known as the portrait giant, a humanoid-type magical beast. It's not a magical beast that lives in the country, so I'm not familiar with the detail. But the Tamer Guild does have people that specialize in trading magical beasts, so for their guildmaster to have a beast like this is not so strange. But is there something the matter? No. It's just that bringing out this beast was a risky call. The portrait giant is a B-rank magical beast when young and anywhere from a to S when fully grown. It's a magical beast that grows in rank as it grows older, and the way to discern its rank is from its height. Participant Matthew's portrait giant is still a child, so it's only a B rank, but it shouldn't take much longer for it to be classified as an A rank. So that's what you meant by risky. An A rank is illegal after all. Yes, but it's definitely strong. An older portrait giant could even go over castle walls and trample people and buildings underfoot. It's a fearsome magical beast that's strong enough to destroy a town by itself. It's often said that it's the strongest amongst the humanoid-type magical beasts. To think participant Matthew has actually managed to acquire a beast like that, as expected of the Gimyuru Tamer Guild branch's leader. As if agreeing to the words of the host, the whole arena voiced out words of praise toward Matthew. Hearing that, Matthew seemed to regain his cool. For a moment, he even boastfully glanced at Ryalma, but when he moved his gaze toward the portrait giant, his expression went grim. As the slimes and the river raptor were continuing to battle and the river crab was approaching its limit, the portrait giant moved out. It's fast, dodge, the portrait giant ran. Due to its height, every single one of its steps was wide. It instantly shortened the distance between it and the slime. As it neared, TT swung the axe in its right hand down. The slime managed to dodge, but when the axe landed, it hollowed the ground, whirling up grit and stones. Moreover, as the portrait giant pulled back the axe on its right, it slammed its left fist against the slime. Although the slime's body contorted more than any attack yet, it was definitely able to handle that fist. However, the attack that came next was different. After the portrait giant pulled back its axe, it swung it from the right down to the left. The slime also tried to dodge this, but because of the previous attack, it couldn't dodge in time. The axe grazed the surface of the slime's body, tearing open a slight wound on the slime. When Ryalma saw that, he unconsciously wrinkled his brows. A direct hit's no good even with the physical attack resistance. He sure brought out a crazy one at the very last moment, but there's definitely still an opening. I was wondering why he hadn't brought this one out until now, but it seems he does have a proper reason. Ryalma's eyes were not on his slime. He was looking at the river raptors and Matthew as he thought to himself. The portrait giant was attacking proactively, but because it wasn't paying attention to its surrounding, there were many cases where the river raptors would get caught up in its attack. The ones who were actually fighting were only the slime and the portrait giant. Even when the river raptors tried to join the fight, they couldn't. Every time, they would just end up distancing themselves, looking for an opening to go in. Meanwhile, Matthew was once again glaring at the portrait giant's back with a stern look. He tried to order the giant. "So I can't connect with it after all." Seeing Matthew's expression go sour after giving out orders, Ryalma finally confirmed it. Matthew couldn't control the portrait giant. Although Ryalma wasn't sure about this, Ryalma hypothesized that Matthew could only give 3 kinds of orders to the portrait giant. 1, he could order it not to attack him. 2, he could order it who to attack. 3, he could order it to stop attacking and other standby commands. Because there were a lot of parts that would be left to the portrait giant, he could not let it fight alongside other magical beasts. They also couldn't see this giant as their ally, which is why Matthew has not brought out this beast until now. More precisely, he couldn't bring it out. After all, there was a possibility that his relationship with his slave demons would get crushed underfoot by its appearance. It could also be said that Matthew bringing out a magical beast that he couldn't control just goes to show how much he's been driven to a corner. And it was because of that fact that Matthew's face went grim, and the wrinkles on his brows grew even deeper volume for Chapter 28. The sound of the wind being cut as the portrait giant swung its axe and fist showed just how much power was behind them. But the Emperor Scavenger Slime managed to barely dodge its attack and throw the portrait giant. UK. The slime intentionally received the fist of the portrait giant, letting it penetrate its body as it took its arm. The moment the portrait giant's center of gravity inclined forward, the slime slid beneath the portrait giant and grabbed its neck. As it enlarged its body, it threw the portrait giant in a manner similar to a judo throw. As the portrait giant's colossal body slammed into the stage, a heavy dull sound resounded, and the cheers of the crowd echoed throughout the arena. The slime tried to choke the portrait giant, but its arms weren't strong enough. As the portrait giant jumped up, it fixed its posture and glared at the slime. The match has gotten unpredictable. Participant Matthew's portrait giant has been pressuring with its overwhelming power, but participant Takebayashi's slime was able to dodge and throw the portrait giant to create an opening. And that's considering that the slime would be instantly killed if its nucleus were to receive an attack. It really did a good job dodging the portrait giant's attacks. Although the portrait giant's been struggling, the slime still managed to throw it several times. Neither side seems to be showing any weakness, but while the analyst was explaining, Ryoma gave out orders to the slime. After receiving the order, the slime extended out 2 tentacles. Oh, the slime seems to be extending its body. Those tentacles are able to handle weapons and even catch the enemy. I wonder what participant Ryoma's slime is planning. As all eyes gathered on the slime's 2 tentacles, the tentacles drooped down, and as the slime twisted its body, the tentacles started swaying. Seeing that, the portrait giant that had been attacking all this time stopped. It carefully watched the slime. Then in the next instant, Gyu! Left, right, left, right. The tentacles that were stretched out on both sides attacked the portrait giant along with the slime. The slime has extended its body and is using it like a whip. It's actually quite powerful. The portrait giant's expression doesn't look good. Half must be because of the pain. The other half's probably because of fear. The Emperor Scavenger slime twisted its body as it lashed out its tentacles. With the added power of centrifugal force and its weight, its whipping tentacles had enough power behind them to send a human flying. Moreover, with the long reach of the tentacles, the slime's attack was outside of the portrait giant's range. The left tentacle struck against the axe, and then as it came back, the right tentacle whipped against the left shoulder of the portrait giant. Continuing, the left tentacle swung about, and then after revolving once, it went for the giant's face from the right. Although the giant was able to dodge, the tentacle ended up hitting the giant's right arm. After which, the right tentacle went for the giant's armpit. The portrait giant tried to shield itself with its arm and shield as it looked for an opening, but the slime's attack seemed to be effective as anger could be seen on the portrait giant's face. Ooh-whoa! When the giant roared, it covered its face with its left arm and swung its axe against the slime. At the same time, for whatever reason, whether it was because the slime wanted to pressure the giant further or whether it just did so without any particular thought behind it, the slime strongly stepped forward with its right side, and the axe descended on it. But before it could hit it, the slime dodged to the left, and then it whipped back against the back of the giant's knees with its left tentacle, causing the giant to fall down to its right knee. The portrait giant looked like it was about to fall, but it managed to endure. But then the slime whipped with its tentacles again. The right tentacle whipped against the right shoulder, forcing it backward, while the left tentacle wrapped itself around the giant's neck, pulling it down. As one might expect, the portrait giant wasn't able to endure the slime's attack, and it finally fell to its back. Immediately, the slime went to hold it down. Attack with the tentacles from the middle and long, and then throw the enemy when in close combat. Maintain this situation. There's no need for a strong attack. Just fight carefully like this. If you could get the giant to drop its axe, that'd make the fight a whole lot easier. But since the giant seems to be hell-bent on maintaining its grip on its axe even when thrown, then it's fine even if you don't. Don't push yourself. I'll step further back so as not to get in the way. Because the portrait giant kept pushing forward, the position Ryoma was standing in was relatively close to the center of the fight. Not to mention the river raptors trying to surround the slime from afar. Because of all this, Ryoma stepped back a little further, back down toward the entrance. But then something unexpected happened. Mew, stop! Jijai! One of the river raptors surrounding the two magical beasts in a fierce battle from afar ran toward Ryalma and attacked him. Seeing that, Matthew panicked and immediately ordered it stop. When the crowd heard Matthew's words, all eyes focused on Ryalma and the river raptor approaching him. Shrieks of dread and voices telling Ryalma to run away resounded. At the same time, the adventurers that were positioned by the entrance in case of emergency showed themselves. The river raptor thrusted its claws against Ryalma, but Ryalma was like a willow's leaf as he easily dodged the attack and unsheathed his katana. But because the river raptor didn't attack again, Ryalma didn't attack. Well, that sure was dangerous till the participant Takebayashi was able to dodge easily, but I was nervous as all hell. Participant Matthew did order it to stop almost immediately, so it didn't continue its attack. I wonder if the river raptor mistook its opponent, Participant Matthew. Please be careful. If this happens again, it'll be counted as a red card, and you'll immediately be disqualified. Matthew bowed his head to the announcer and to the surrounding crowd, but he didn't bow to Ryalma and even stealthily glared at him. Was it really an accident? Or was it just made to look like an accident? I don't know, but in any case, I should take some distance. I know he's been warned that there won't be a second time, but still. As Ryalma sheathed his katana, he distanced himself from his slime and ordered it to take its time and fight at the center of the arena. Although an accident occurred, the crowd remained on fire. The Emperor Scavenger Slime was currently pushing back the portrait giant with technique, but if its nucleus were to be hit, the portrait giant would immediately be declared the winner. With the battle close enough that either side winning wasn't strange, the crowd couldn't help but watch with a bated breath. When the excitement of the crowd reached its peak, the slime's tentacles caught the face of the portrait giant. Having been hit at the nose, the portrait giant faltered. It held its nose with its left hand as it stepped back. But the slime wasn't about to let that chance go, and it caught the giant's right arm with its tentacles. Immediately, the giant jumped back, but because the slime didn't resist the giant's attempt, the giant ended up jumping back more than it expected, and it jumped back 1 or 2 steps back. After the giant landed, the slime rammed its body against it, broke its posture, and then threw it from its back. Kafu Gafu, what a spectacular throwing technique, and what a loud crash as the portrait giant fell on its stomach to the ground. Its nose was also hit after all. The portrait giant was able to immediately stand back up, but now it was right beside Matthew just like when it was first summoned out. As Matthew glanced at the giant who was catching its breath and not attacking, Matthew instigated the river raptors against the slime and yelled at the river crab. "What are you doing? You can still fight, right? Then fight." Matthew's voice was neither petitioning nor jeering. If anything, it was desperate. But the portrait giant wouldn't move. It was his own magical beast, so of course, he knew that the portrait giant couldn't just attack rashly after being thrown time after time again. But Matthew still ordered it to. He couldn't help it. After all, that was the only thing he could order it to do. While the portrait giant was at a loss on how to continue, the slime waved its tentacles as if it were shadow boxing, threatening and pressuring the enemy. But as it did that, Ryalma felt something amiss. What's with this magic power? Moreover, what's with this anxiousness that's reminiscent of beginner magicians failing at control? Because Ryalma excelled at magic perception, he was able to sense that trace of magic power. When he focused his senses to search for its source, he was able to find out that it was leaking from Matthew's left arm. As Ryalma was wondering what that was, the trace of magic power suddenly burst and vanished just like a balloon. Ryalma continued to observe Matthew, but as nothing seemed to change, he ordered the slime to continue attacking the portrait giant as always. But then in the next moment, Matthew's body was blown to the back. The portrait giant had kicked him. Its action was a lot closer to someone kicking a bug by their feet rather than an attack, but with the portrait giant's thick leg, Matthew spun 2 times, and when he stopped, he was right by the entrance. Matthew was still alive, but he didn't look like he was about to wake up any time soon. Commentators and spectators alike felt as if a dull sound had reached their ears as they went silent for a moment. Then, Jaya, oi, is he all right? As the crowd started to panic, the match was put to a halt. The announcer tried to calm the crowd down, saying there are barriers and equipment installed, but the crowd still panicked. The crowd near the portrait giant in particular were especially panicked. People standing up to run away even just a moment sooner could be seen here and there. In the midst of the commotion, the tournament staff and the hired adventurers began to move. At the same time, a great voice loud enough to hurt one's ears erupted. Oh! That was none other than the cry of a wild magical beast meant to instill fear into those who heard it. The crowd that tried to flee all came to a halt as they looked toward the portrait giant. What happened next caused them all to gulp. The portrait giant lifted its axe and affixed its eyes on its prey. But its target was not the slime. Instead, it was its very own master, Matthew. Not only did the portrait giant kick its own master, it's even planning to finish the job. No matter how you look at it, this portrait giant was going wild. The hired adventurers went to save Matthew, but the axe swung down toward him. Right before it landed, something stopped the giant. Goo! The slime hit the back of the portrait giant, causing it to turn toward it. Although Matthew was an annoying guy, Ryalma didn't really mind him as long as he didn't get in his way. Ryalma didn't hate Matthew to the extent that he would quietly watch him be killed by a magical beast right in front of his eyes. Besides, if this magical beast were to go wild, things would get dangerous. So Ryalma didn't hesitate to order the slime. At the same time, he also unsheathed his blade. Because of its battle with the slime so far, all of the portrait giant's attention was now focused on the slime. As the portrait giant rushed toward the slime, the adventurers saved Matthew and carried him back to the passage used by participants when entering the stage. The slime and the portrait giant were fighting at the center of the stage just as they did a while ago, but the river raptors and the river crab were different. A while ago they were just surrounding the slime while watching from afar, but now they're all scrambling to run away, attacking all those in their way. There's no reason for them to fight without an order, so they're running away before they get caught up in the mess. This is about expected, I guess. Coming toward here are 11 river raptors, while the river crabs headed for the adventurers. Wait a moment, isn't that Glenson and Rapinsan? The adventurers over there are pretty much just my acquaintances. The reason they're here is because the organizers for the tournament predicted that some high-ranking magical beast might come out, especially in the finals, so they made sure to get some high-quality adventurers. So it isn't strange for someone like Glenn, who is an S rank, or Rapin, who is in a rank, to come out. More adventurers came out from the passage behind Ryalma, but this time they weren't Ryalma's acquaintances. They advised Ryalma to withdraw, but Ryalma couldn't just leave his slime who was fighting with the giant by itself. The portrait giant wasn't about to let the slime leave either. Ryalma told the hired adventurers that he would take care of himself, so the adventurers left him and went to deal with the river raptors. The river raptors were already heading their way, so they didn't have the time to talk things at their leisure. After that, the 6 adventurers attacked the river raptors, and after reducing their numbers, the danger was averted. The river crab also fell after having several of its limbs cut, and with it having run out of magic power, it was right at death's door. With the situation having changed for the better, the adventurers reallocated their forces, and Glenn and Rapin, along with other adventurers, headed for the portrait giant. Seeing that, the panicked crowd finally calmed down, and some even started cheering on the adventurers. Ryalma ordered his slime to separate from the portrait giant, and although the portrait giant tried to pursue it, the adventurers stopped it. With a group of adventurers that had an S rank in it as its opponent, the portrait giant's prospects were grim. Rapin used his magic to grab the portrait giant's attention, while Glenn crushed its knees and feet. After that was a one-sided slaughter. The portrait giant kept its body up with its left hand as it flailed about its axe, but it was only a matter of time now. However, just as everyone was thinking that, the portrait giant's axe broke. Regardless of whether it broke because of long usage or because it was damaged in the fight, when the portrait giant lifted its axe up, it broke, and the vines keeping the rock axe together was cut, allowing the blade made out of rock to slip. The crowd was even more relieved when they saw the portrait giant's weapon break. Not good, but Ryalma, who was watching from a distance, lightly panicked, and he immediately bolted off toward the direction of the detached blade. A few breaths later, the other adventurers finally noticed, and Glenn's voice resounded. "Someone do something about the axe." The blade was still going up. At this rate, the blade would eventually draw a parabola and fall right into the noble seats. Elia and the others were there. There's a barrier to protect against projectiles' physical attack, but there's no guarantee that it'd be able to stop that blade of rock. Having thought of that, Ryalma immediately moved his body. At the same time, in the noble seats, "Ajau-samas, let us take shelter now just to be safe." Having also thought of their safety, Sebasu persuaded Elia and the rest of the girls to leave. Ryalma reinforced his legs with Kai as he ran toward the Emperor Scavenger slime. As Ryalma ordered the slime wrapped itself around Ryalma as it pushed Ryalma up without hindering his momentum. Then it threw him. "Big ice wall!" Ryalma launched up into the air, forming the shape of an arch different from the axe, as he headed straight for the noble seats. That figure of his being launched was no different from a trebuchet catapulting a rock. Ryalma has practiced this motion with his slimes thousands of times, which is why they are able to pull of this method. As Ryalma tore through the wind, Ryalma focused his mind despite the resistance of the air against his body. He invocated his magic. Big Ice Wall, after combining the two defensive spells, the water magic, Water Wall, and the ice magic, Ice Wall. The result is a wall of ice more durable on one side than the other. As Ryalma neared the noble seats, he casted the wall of ice with Elia and the others as the center. In this moment, his eyes met with Elia's group, but they didn't have the time to chat. Telekinesis. Using the neutral magic telekinesis, Ryalma stopped his momentum, preventing himself from crashing into his own wall of ice as he descended into the ground away from the falling blade. Immediately after, the blade of rock crashed into the wall of ice. Large cracks appeared on the wall, but the blade couldn't penetrate. The noble seats managed to get off safely. "Oh!" The crowd cheered and applauded when they saw that, but then because of the impact, the wall of ice began to collapse. Ryalma wouldn't get off unhurt if he were to get hit by the crumbling fragments of the ice wall, so he immediately tried to run away. But then, flame bomb! Rapin blew away the fragment with his fire magic, and as Ryalma's slime approached him, it extended its tentacle and stood in front of the collapsing wall, protecting Ryalma. Ryalma looked toward Rapin and the slime. Then, after catching his breath, he bowed to them. At nearly the same time, Glenn finished off the portrait giant. After that, the adventurers communicated with the host with some signals, and then, everyone can now rest assured the situation is now under control. With the danger averted, the crowd all applauded for Ryalma, the slime, and the adventurers. The announcer waited for the applause to end, then he continued. "It is a pity that the finals were interrupted midway through, but nevertheless, what an exciting match that was. It wouldn't have been strange for either side to win. I wonder if the key to victory was the participants' direction over their magical beast. Or no, perhaps it was instead the trust between the participant and his magical beast that was the secret to victory." The announcer said a few words before finally declaring the victor. In this tournament's overall championship, entering as a slime user who showed us many techniques and slime variations. The winner is none other than a participant Ryalma Take Bayashi. The crowd that was quietly listening all simultaneously cheered at the announcement, and they all praised Ryalma. In the midst of their praises, Ryalma waved his hand back and answered to their cheers. Then he went back to the waiting room volume for Chapter 29 after the match ended. I was made to wait in my room until the awarding ceremony. But before going to the room, I went outside first to put back the Emperor Scavenger slime into the dimension home. It'd get in the way to leave it just like that after all. It wasn't until an hour later when they called me out to the stage again. When I went back to the stage, there was a winner's podium at the center of the stage. Including me, there were 3 of us all in all who would be going up the winner's podium. At the highest place was me. Then for the second place should be Matthew, but I'm not sure whether he'll come or not if he is still receiving treatment. But contrary to my expectations, Rudman was the one to take the second position instead. The management said a few words in regards to this. While participant Matthew was receiving treatment, it was found out that he was in possession of a magic tool of conjuration, which is forbidden both by the law and by the regulations of the tournament, not to mention the fact that said participant's magical beast also went wild. As such, participant Matthew has been disqualified. At those words, the crowd grew noisy. They spat hateful words filled with disbelief, anger, and contempt, not trying one bit to hide their anger. They couldn't believe that of all people to cheat, it would actually be the guild master of the Gimyuru branch's tamer guild himself. Within that commotion, the officials of the tournament all appeared to apologize for the lack of security and their incapability to prevent foul play. They also expressed their regrets for Matthew as well as the Tamer Guild. According to their explanation, apparently, the reason the magic beast went wild was because of the magic tool breaking. At first, Matthew couldn't move right after the match, but after being treated with some healing magic, he was again able to move his arms a little, and he started acting odd. Matthew tried to casually hide his left arm, but the healer found Matthew's wound suspicious, so he investigated the matter. When the healer did, what he found was the broken magic tool. The illegal use of a magic tool coming to light instead of some injury could be said to be Matthew getting his just desert. Without the time to hide the evidence through injury or even the time to run, Matthew was immediately handed to the guards, who are now investigating where he got the magic tool from and how he managed to get past through security. When the awarding ceremony began, the atmosphere in the arena immediately changed, and the crowd applauded the 3 of us standing at the winner's podium. The ceremony here wasn't much different from back in Earth. The officials said a few words, then we were handed giant wooden planks where the amount of money won was written along with ceremonial swords that had no blade attached. The ceremonial swords are the equivalent of a medal or trophy back in Earth. Likewise, the color also differs depending on one's position. Mine was gold, Rudman's was silver, while the third placer was bronze. On the body of the sword was engraved, Champion of the first Magic Beast Tournament. After that was mostly just us waving back to the crowd and bowing our heads as we answered back to the cheers until the ceremony finally ended. When I got back to the storehouse, I answered some questions from the officials. The first question was in regards to how I would be receiving the prize money. I could apparently get it in cash if I were to just wait a bit, but I just told them to deposit it via the Merchant Guild. The next question was in regards to the slimes, but I just told them to talk with the research facility like I said before. The last question was about whether I would like them to get rid of the people outside since they would probably crowd me if I were to just go out like this. There are some people who are able to go home while being surrounded, but I don't want the trouble, So I decided to have them buy me time while I escape via dimension magic. After that, I was informed that Elia and the others asked them to inform me to wait. So for the time being, I couldn't go home. Times like this make me wish I had a cell phone. For a moment, I wondered whether I couldn't do the same thing with magic, but it probably wouldn't work out well. Ah, wait a moment, right. It wasn't related to cell phones, but while waiting, I decided to write a letter. Before 10 minutes could even pass, however, Elia and the others came. We didn't meet elsewhere, they just went directly here in the storehouse. Ryalma-san, congratulations. Elia, you did it. Kanan, good job, and thanks for a while ago. Riera, I was really surprised when the axe came flying. Elia, I was more surprised when Ryalma-kun flew though. Michelle, congratulations on winning the tournament, Ryalma-sama. Sebasu, thank you very much. Ryalma, around this time, Elia noticed the object in my hands. Oh, were you writing something? I hope we didn't disturb you. Elia, oh no, it's nothing like that. I just thought I should ask an acquaintance of mine to find out what would happen to the Tamer Guild's guildmaster from now on. Ryalma, it seems like it'd take a lot of effort to walk around the town myself after all. Are you curious? Riella, well, it was a big incident, and Matthew isn't a stranger either. Ryalma, are you close? Miyabi, nah. Ryalma, I firmly rejected the idea. More like enemies if anything. It's mostly one-sided from him though. Regardless, I am curious about what'll happen from now on. Ryalma, as I said, that the officials who cleared the people outside went back to tell me the people were gone. So with that, we decided to leave through dimension magic. When we got out of the service entrance, I asked a Rimmel bird to take the letter. Then we teleported through dimension magic to the front of the town gate. Before it grew noisy, we teleported again until we got to my house. We're here. Ryalma, that's fast. Kanan, is this Ryalma-san's house? Elia, Elia, you haven't been here yet. Riera, now that you mention it, it was only after Elia left that I built the house. So it should be Elia's first time here as well. Ryalma, at that time this place was nothing but tunnels. Elia, but now there was a house and even a bamboo thicket. I had to work hard in order to use up my magic power after all. For the meantime, let's go inside. Ryalma, as I said that, I invited Elia and the others inside. I wonder what their impressions will be. How to put it, Riera, it doesn't feel like it's been lived in. Miyabi, I think it's really clean. Kanan, wasn't it just made to be simple? Michelle, it feels like a house no one's lived in. Elia, I guess it's only natural. After all, there aren't even any chairs or desks or even shelves. Actually, I don't use this place much. The place I really live in is actually in the hidden path ahead of the kitchen. So inside the tunnel, in other words. From the outside, this house looks like the place where I rest at, but it's actually only being used to catch intruders. The spears of the metal slimes would pour in from the gaps between the ceiling, or the sleeping mist of the portion slimes would fill the house. There's nothing to worry about though, as I can easily order the slimes lurking at the ceiling to release the effects of their attacks, and they also won't attack without my orders, so it's safe. As I told Elia and the others that the house is just being used to ward off against criminals, and that this place could also be entered through the passage in the training room in the cave to the side, I used teleport, and I brought them to the hidden passage leading to the kitchen. I thought of making some sort of hidden trick to open the hidden passage, but unfortunately, my so-called secret passage is just a passage behind a wall. It's simple, but it's hard to find, and it's no inconvenience to someone like me who can use dimension magic too. After a short walk with the light illuminating our path, we arrived at the living room I usually used. On the four sides of this room were rectangular papers pasted over rectangular-shaped bamboo. There were magic stones meant for lighting inside, so there's plenty of light in the room. After we sat on the couch made from a magic beast's hide and filled with the fluff of the fluff slime, I paused to catch my breath. Phew! Somehow I feel burnt out after the tournament ended. Oh right, I should bring out tea. Ryoma, in that case please let me make it. Sebasu, thank you very much. Ryoma, just when I thought of making tea, Sebasu-san went ahead of me before I could even stand up. He left the room. Sebasu-san has come here many times before, so he already knows his way around. It's already late anyway, so I might as well leave it to him. Oh, speaking of which, what about supper? Should I make something? Ryoma, please don't mind. Ryoma-san's tired after all, so. Elia, as Elia answered, she suddenly made a face that seemed to say that she thought of something. I wonder what she's thinking. Ryoma-san, if it's no trouble, how about letting me make supper? Elia, you will. Ryoma, I was a bit surprised, but the other girls started agreeing. I'm happy to have a girl cook for me, and I'm sorry for being a bit rude, can Elia cook? As I was wondering whether I should ask that out loud or not, Elia sensed what I was thinking, and she glumly spoke. Please rest assured, Ryoma-san. I might not be able to cook as well as you, but I can definitely cook something edible. Even if I'm like this, I'll have you know that I'm good at girl power class. Elia, girl power class. Ryoma, it's been a while since I heard Elia say something unique to this world, so for a moment, I was dumbfounded. I mean, it's not like I don't understand what she's trying to say, but what exactly is girl power class? After asking them for a while, apparently, girl power class is close to the so-called home economics in Japan. Also, while the girls are having that class, the boys are apparently having martial arts training. The words girl power sounds like something students or alumni would use, but it sure feels odd in modern context. But whatever. In any case, Elia will be making supper for today. I explained to Sebasu-san, who was busy making tea, what happened. After that, we went to check the ingredients in the kitchen. You can use any of the ingredients here as you please. Ryoma, the ingredients here come from the harvest in the farm, and then there's also the huge stock of ingredients that were bought to feed the goblins, so there should be more than enough. Ryoma-han, there seem to be things here I don't see even in my family's store, like this pot for example. What exactly is inside it? Miyabi, that's a still experimental chili. Ryoma, as I was studying medicine from my grandparents' books, I came across a certain antidote for a poison plant. When I learned that its taste and smell was similar, I wondered to myself, couldn't I use this as chili if I just got rid of the poison? So like that, I ended up researching it in my spare time. But just because I thought of it doesn't mean things would proceed smoothly. And as it turns out, because of the medicine mixed into to remove the poison, there's a bitter taste left in the mixture. The jar Miyabi is holding now is the best one I've made yet, but it's too sour and tastes odd, so it's still not complete. For now, I usually just use it as sauce when cooking yakiniku or yakitori, or as an insect repellent after mixing with alcohol. How about this wood-like thing? Riera, that's a meguribushi. Miyabi meguribushi is this world's katsuobushi. Riera doesn't seem to know about it, but Miyabi seems to know. But then again, there's nothing odd about that since I bought it from her family. Speaking of which, this meguribushi is made from fish caught at a certain season once a year in the village of the Dragonoots. They seem to be using migratory fishes. The amount exported depends on the amount of fish caught and the local demand. And with the production time taking more than half a year, the price is fairly expensive, which is why the Slime Den restaurant rarely brings it out. But I have more than enough for my own purposes, so there are always some at home. As I answered their questions one after another like this, I left them to Sebasu-san as I exited the kitchen. I'm looking forward to what they'll make. TL note, katsuobushi equals preserved fish flakes. It's the brown flakes thingy in the video below. BTW, that's just an onion katsuobushi rice meal down there. It's literally onion plus katsuobushi plus rice plus sweet soy sauce volume 4 end. home cooking just as I was wondering what to do while Elia and the rest were busy preparing the food. What happened with you two? Ryalma, when I looked behind me, I saw Conan and Michelle exit the kitchen. Not getting in the way is also a form of support, you know. Conan is bad at cooking, you see. And as for me, well, I'm bad at all the topics taught in girl power. Michelle, I don't think that's something to be proud of, though. Ryalma, so that's why they're here. Then in that case, how about I give them a tour of the house? After all, these two do seem like they'd be interested in the prototypes I have in the workshop and in the storeroom. Thinking that, I tried to call out to them, but before I could, Sebasu-san walked out of the kitchen. Ryalma-sama, are you still here? Sebasu, yes, what's the matter? Ryalma, do you have any claymore corns? The young ladies wish to use it for the salad. It's a bit early for harvest, but just a few pieces should be fine. Should I get some? Ryalma, yes, please. Sebasu, as Sebasu-san said that, he lightly bowed and then he went back to the kitchen. Can we come too? Michelle will help out. Conan liked that I ended up taking the two girls and we teleported through my dimension magic. Our destination was the passage near the experimental district where the claymore corn fields were being cultivated. Please wait a moment. Exchange. Ryalma, in an instant. I immediately changed into my work outfit that was stored inside my dimension home through the dimension magic. Exchange. As my body and my arms grew heavier and my field of vision grew narrow, I knew that my magic was a success. When the two girls saw that, they were shocked. Although it was only added protection over my body from the outside, it still looked like I just transformed. I just changed my clothes with dimension magic. Ryalma, I gave a rough explanation, but apparently that's not what they were shocked about. Are those supposed to be work clothes? It just looks like an armor to me, though. Conan, it really doesn't look like something you'd wear to pick some corns. You look like you're about to go to war. I mean, you even have a shield with you, Michelle. Well, it is true that this outfit covers the entire body from head until the tiptoes in metallic armor. And then there's even a shield, which I made by transforming a lump of adamantite and then burying a plank of a king sticky slime's hardening liquid to create a window I could peek out of. Aside from the basket on my back and the sickle I have in my right hand, everything else could be considered odd for someone going out to harvest crops. But that only holds true for normal crops. This much is needed in order to safely harvest claymore corns. Ryalma, seriously, is that really still a vegetable? Michelle, when I said that, Michelle frankly replied. I replied back that claymore corns are just regular corns that have mutated from too much fertilizer from the scavenger slimes, but I guess it's only normal for her to be at a loss after hearing that. Because claymore corns have been affected by magic power, the portion that could be eaten is about 1 m long, making them look just like great swords. Moreover, claymore corns don't even need a month to grow to a consumable size. It can even be eaten raw. So with all that and how delicious it is, it's only natural that the Duke and his family would praise it lots. At the same time, however, due to its faster growth, it also spoils faster. When that happens, its kernels will become hard and will become unsuitable for eating. Once the kernels harden, every individual piece will become sharp. Should pressure greater than what it can handle be applied to it, the claymore corn will blow up and scatter to the surroundings with enough force to kill a man. I tried it out with some store-bought shields and armors once, and the kernels actually managed to penetrate them. In fact, they were so tattered that anyone could tell that repair was impossible. When I saw the strength behind those kernels, I couldn't help but liken them to the guns and rifles back in my previous world. If it weren't so delicious, there's no way I would bother cultivating such dangerous crops. When I explained that to the two girls, they were finally able to understand why I would wear such heavy armor. In any case, I'll go and harvest some now. I'll come back immediately, so I'll be needing your help then. Ryalma, as I said that, I gripped the shield, and I teleported to the isolated room or the experimental room where the claymore corns were being grown. What appeared before me was a room with no entrance as wide as 2 classrooms, inside of which were full of giant corns. There were several small holes above in the ceiling just like the ones you'd see on the walls of a music room, and several lights from the light magic. Light could be seen here and there, keeping the room bright. Behind the ceiling were a number of light slimes who poked their body out of the small holes, shining their light over the claymore corns. There were also water slimes who would water the crops in place of the sprinklers. As I reinforced my shield and armor with Kai, I approached the claymore corns. When I was close enough, I swung my sickle at one of the bigger crops. And safe. Now I'll just take this. Ryalma, after I cut the claymore corn, I put it inside the basket on my back through telekinesis. I did the same thing after that until I was able to gather 3 claymore corns. Then I went back to the Michelle and Conan. Sorry for the wait. Ryalma, welcome back. Did you get some? Michelle, as you can see here, I've gotten some splendid ones. Ryalma, you Tilda, that's really big. It's my first time seeing corns so big. Conan, you sure those won't explode? Michelle, as long as you pick them before they spoil, they won't explode. Ryalma, after that, we teleported back to the kitchen. They didn't want the surprise to be spoiled, so Michelle and Conan were the ones to bring the claymore corns. Afterwards, we went to the workshop and to the storehouse just as planned. First, we went to the workshop which I used for smithing and crafting. When we got there, a certain tool caught Conan's interest. Yuwa, what is this chisel? Not even my family has a chisel this luxurious. Conan, what caught Conan's attention was none other than the chisel I use for engraving. Chisels were normally made out of steel, but mine was made out of adamantite. It might look expensive, but since I was the one who gathered the materials and crafted it, it didn't cost me a single penny. I did have to work hard, though. As for where I got the adamantite, I got it from the mining spot written in my inheritance. But since I was able to mine it from a shallower area, it was relatively easier. Well, at least compared to mining orichalcum and mithril anyway. When I first went to the mining spot, I accidentally stepped near an undead snake's nest, and over 10 of them came rushing at me. Naturally, I ran away. After I learned the advanced ice magic, Blizzard, I was able to freeze the undead snakes and was finally able to arrive at the shallowest area in the deeper parts of the great forest of Shurus. The danger in the deeper parts is seriously no joke. Going back to the topic. A special hearth was needed in order to process the adamantite, but that was no issue. The special hearth would normally require using a dragon's scales, which is known to be impervious to fire for its interiors, making it extremely expensive. But in my case, I was able to get some scales from Rainboxama's Ignis dragon. As thanks, I would send some produce from time to time. Although he did tell me not to, since the dragon would apparently shed its skin periodically anyway. After that I took aluminum oxide from the earth in the mine through the use of alchemy, and mixed it with the King's Sticky Slime's concentrated hardening liquid plank. I molded the resulting compound into bricks, then I used those to build the hearth. For the interiors, I pasted the scales I received in 3 layers. And with that, the hearth was ready to go. I thought of using aluminum because I recalled it being resistant to fire and heat. When I tried it out for real, it was able to endure the heat, and it didn't show any signs of breaking. After that, all that was left was an issue of patience and endurance. In any case, as I continued to process the adamantite, the end result was a durable and extremely easy-to-use chisel provided Kai was used. But as a lot still relied on having good materials, it was still necessary to continue patiently practicing. When I brought the 2 girls to the storeroom, Michelle noticed the magic formation drawn inside the garbage, and she immediately started talking fervently. It was especially fiercer when she found out about my prototype that made use of a magic formation that generated wind. The magic formation only really gathered the surrounding air and sent it upwards. I'm only really using it to work as ventilation by bringing in air from the outside. As for the prototype model, I see. So by using the power of the wind, you were able to create a transportation device. Michelle, it'll probably still take a year to finish though. Please don't turn it on. You'll just end up crashing into the roof. Ryalma in front of us now was the prototype model, the magic formation-based hovercraft that I created. However, on top of me just creating this based on some faint memory, the effect of the magic formation is too specialized and is also incomplete. When Michelle saw the hovercraft, she fell into a deep thought. Conan and I distanced ourselves a bit to give her some space as we talked about our own respective inventions. Surprisingly, I found out that Conan was actually able to make magic tools. I thought you couldn't make magic tools. Ryalma, actually, although I'm an enchantment magic specialist, there's still a way for me to create magic tools. Since I can't rely on my own magic, I just have to borrow someone else's. Conan, in other words, you'll be imbuing the magic tool with someone else's magic. Ryalma, right. But the only ones who can use this method are enchantment magic specialists. Moreover, the person cooperating with me can't be just anyone. If my compatibility with my partner isn't good enough, then it's not possible. Finding such a person is really difficult, so most people either give up or die before finding one. Conan, dying before finding. Is it really so difficult to find? When I said that, she replied, "That's why I decided to go to the academy." Apparently, she was hoping to meet a magician who could become her partner. But when I went to the academy, my partner aside, I couldn't even enter a group. So I was really shocked when Miyabi invited me to join hers. After I joined them and talked about my situation, we tried it out with me and Elia, and as luck would have it, we actually succeeded. I really couldn't believe my eyes back then. Conan embarrassingly admitted that she actually cried because of how shocked and touched she was. As we continued to talk like that, Sebasu-san entered the storehouse. Apparently, supper was ready, so he came to call us. Michelle was still immersed in her thoughts, so Conan had to forcefully shake her awake, and then we teleported back to the living room. The three girls, Elia, Miyabi, and Riera, were setting up the table, waiting for us. After a short exchange, we went ahead and started eating. The menu was simple, including items such as salad, soup, and pasta, but regardless, they all looked delicious. First, I tried out the soup. Delicious and relaxing. Ryalma, I'm glad you liked it. Miyabi, we made a lot, so go ahead and eat as much as you want. Riera, looks like the ones in charge for this soup were Miyabi and Riera. If I'm correct, then they should be boiled some vegetables along with some dashi made from cut jerky. In other words, it's the meat and potato stew of this world. If one tried, I'm sure it could be made even while camping outside. It's somewhat reminiscent of minestrone soup, but there seems to be something different. Did you add some meguribushi? Ryalma, when I asked whether they made the dashi out of the meguribushi, it turned out my conjecture was correct. You did well finding out. We heard from Miyabi that Ryalma Dono likes dragonute food, so we tried using meguribushi. Riera, after Riera's response, I took another sip. As I thought, it's really delicious. Next, let's try the salad. On the dish before me were vegetables and claymore corn stir-fried in butter, mixed with croutons. The texture of the vegetables complemented well with the croutons. And the aromatic dressing made from seeds roasted sour did a wonderful job bringing out the taste of the vegetables, resulting in an otherworldly delicious salad. When I gave my thoughts on the dish, Sebasu-san bowed his head. Apparently, Sebasu-san was the one in charge for the salad. Then finally came the pasta's turn. According to Sebasu-san, he didn't help out at all except for some final tasting, the whole dish being done solely by Elia, who worked on it full of devotion from start to finish. The dish doesn't look bad at all, but meat sauce. Ryalma, I based it on the pasta you served during your store's opening party. Elia, now that you mention it, I did bring out something like that. I can't believe you still remember that. Ryalma, it was delicious after all. That aside, please go ahead and taste it before it gets cold. I've seasoned it well. Elia, then in that case I'll help myself. Ryalma, it looks exactly like a meat sauce spaghetti. But how's the taste? As I thought that, I twirled the pasta around my fork and I took in a mouthful. When I chewed, I received a shock that left me speechless. Ryalma-san, does it not taste good? I did taste it, but... Elia panicked when she saw my appearance, but it didn't taste bad at all. But with my current state, I was only able to say a few words. How nostalgic. Ryalma A. Elia, although it looked exactly like a meat sauce spaghetti, the taste was a lot closer to the dandan noodles served at the Chinese restaurant near the company I worked at in my previous world. It was cheap, delicious, and had plenty of serving, so I dropped by frequently to buy that 400 dish. Unfortunately, the place was shut down some time ago before I left my world, so I stopped being able to eat there. I've already completely forgotten about it actually. Eating this sure takes me back, as spiciness and sourness with a hint of umami mixed together. Nostalgia stirred within me as I gradually tasted the pasta. Of course, I ate it along with the soup and the salad. Seeing me like that, Elia and the others heaved a sigh of relief and they continued eating. After eating, it hurts. Ryalma, well, you did eat yourself full. Elia, you even had 2 more helpings of Elia's pasta. Kanan, after eating a little bit too much, we rested for a while and drank some tea. I didn't really feel like drinking, but there was still a cup of tea before me. That sure was delicious and nostalgic. Ryalma, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Elia, the overall combination was a bit odd, but it was definitely delicious. After I asked them how they made it, I figured I could put it on the restaurant's menu if Elia doesn't mind. Actually, didn't she just use that chili-like ingredient I came up with in that dandan noodle-like pasta? If Elia could easily use an ingredient she tasted for the first time and come up with something delicious, wouldn't that mean that she's actually really talented at cooking? After that, we talked a bit longer regarding various topics such as the tournament, the cooking, the girls' training, and what they'll be doing from tomorrow. When Elia and the rest were about to go home, I thanked them again for the delicious supper and I sent them off. See you tomorrow. Take care. Ryalma Elia happily waved back to my words with a smile, and then she went back with Sebasu-san and the rest of the girls through dimension magic. Now then. My stomach's finally calmed down a bit, so I think I'll do some light training before calling it a day. Volume 4 in status, and characters TL note. Strength, hit points. Ryalma's status at the end of Volume 4, the parentheses by the hit points, and the magic power show the numerical difference since the previous update. Name, Ryalma Takebayashi. Gender, male. Age, 14. Race, human. Hit points, 12,000 plus 600. Magic power, 284,000 plus 64,100. Power, a speed, a defense, a mind, SSS resistance, a dexterity, SS luck. B. Basic class skills: housekeeping LV10, etiquette LV7, arithmetic LV5, control LV4, torture LV. For the power of life and death LV5, guidance LV3, battle class skills, taijutsu LV7, fencing LV7, spear technique LV4, hunting LV6, staff arts LV6, assassination technique LV7, body control LV7, qigong LV5. Magic battle technique level 5. The hunting skill is the synthesization of the 2 skills. Trap and archery. Magic class skills: slave, demon, magical 5, barrier, magic LV3, healing, magic LV5, alchemy LV4, potion making LV5, construction magic LV5, fire magic LV4, water magic LV4, wind magic LV4, earth magic LV5, neutral magic LV4, Electric Magic LV3. Ice Magic LV5, Poison Magic LV4, Wood Magic LV5, Light Magic LV4, Dark Magic LV5, Dimension Magic LV5, Precise Magic Control. LV6, Increased MP Recovery LV5, Chantless Invocation LV5, Cursed Song LV4, Precise Magic Control, is the synthesization of magic control and magic manipulation. Production Class Skills Pharmacy LV7, Smithing LV3, Engraving LV2, Resistance Class Skills Physical Resistance LV8, Mental Resistance LV9, Wellbeing LV7, Stench Resistance LV3, Charm Resistance LV3. Wellbeing is the synthesization of poison resistance, disease resistance, sleep resistance, cold resistance, heat resistance, and the skill that led to the synthesization, weakness resistance. Special Skill Oracle LV6, Survival Technique LV5, Life Reinforcement LV3, Super Recovery LV5, Resistance Reinforcement LV7, Muscle Reinforcement LV1, Mental Concentration LV6. Titles Gecko Kyuju. Note: a junior who overtakes his seniors. One who has overcome a life of misfortune. The God's favorite child, disciple of the sage, disciple of the martial God, divine protection, the God of creation, Gain, the God of life, Kufo, the God of love, Rurusha, the God of wine, Tekun, the God of sleep and death. Meltri's Volume 4 Characters. This list includes the new characters who have been introduced in V4. Even those who have only been mentioned once have been included. Training Facility. Dole, Delt, Told Teachers and Veteran Candle Makers. Training Area. Grandpa Harold Taijutsu, teacher of the training facility, a former A-rank adventurer. He is also a slave demon magician, having 3 B-rank magical beasts, the ogres, under him. Barbet Swordsmanship, teacher of HTE training facility, a former knight. Slime Research Facility. Paul Bilkins, head of the Slime Research Facility, former laboratory chief of the National Magical Beast Research Facility. Alicia, a researcher of the research facility, the troublemaker of the facility. Affiliated with the vegetation division that studies slimes like the fluff slime. Crank, the man in charge of the security at the research facility, a former soldier. Pete, general manager of the Slime Research Facility. Magical Beast Tournament participants. Horizon was in the same group as Ryalma in the preliminaries. He uses the Trident Snake, a snake-type magical beast. Padro, the man should have fought against Ryalma, uses the B-rank Barbal Reindeer, Jono, Ryalma's opponent in the second round. Known as Heaven's Noble, he is a pretty boy who prefers flying-type magical beasts. He has a good personality. Rudman, Ryalma's opponent in the semifinals. He uses 5 ogres who are armed to the teeth. He has a steady fighting style. Gimuru, guards cries, 18 years old, man, a guard in Gimuru. He graduated from the training facility and is already married. He calls Ryalma dad. Others: Riol, Riera's oldest brother. Riol, Riera's older brother, the second son.